Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. The weird stuff didn't start all at once. It began small, little things you could almost explain away. Mark would call me, his voice a mix of confusion and annoyance. He'd say the front door was unlocked when he knew for a fact he'd locked it deadbolt and all before he left for work. We'd joke about him being forgetful, then it was pictures. Not all of them, just one or two. They'd be hanging straight 1 minute, and then you'd hear this faint scraping sound and a soft thud, and a framed photo would be on the floor, the glass face down, the nail would still be in the wall, perfectly straight. We checked, more than once. The stereo was the next thing. It was an old hi-fi system, one of those big wooden consoles. Mark liked to listen to the radio while he cooked. One evening, he told me it just blared to life at full volume, static screaming through the house, scaring the hell out of him. He unplugged it. The next day he came home and it was whispering, a low, hushed, statusy murmur, like a dozen people having a conversation just below the threshold of understanding. The plug was still lying on the floor, feet away from the outlet. That's when the jokes stopped. That's when a low-grade dread started to settle in my gut whenever I went over there. Then there was the stove, an old gas range. Mark would wake up in the morning and the whole house would be hot, the air thick and hazy. He'd go into the kitchen and all 4 burners would be on high, the flames licking up, the metal grates glowing orange. He didn't have a gas leak. We had it checked. The repairman found nothing wrong with the knobs or the ignition. He just said it was an old stove, and to be careful, but it kept happening. Mark started sleeping with the main gas valve to the house turned off. He'd twist that cold metal knob every night before bed, a little ritual of fear. The day it all came to a head was a Tuesday. I remember because I had a half day at work, and I'd promised to help him build a bookshelf. The air in the house felt different that day, thicker, charged. It was hard to breathe. The silence was back, but it was a loud silence, if that makes any sense. It pressed in on your eardrums. We were working in the living room, the parts of the shelf laid out on a sheet on the floor. Every little noise made us jump. The creak of the floorboards, the rustle of the instruction pamphlet. Around 7 in the evening, we decided to order a pizza. We were in the dining room, which was right off the living room, looking at the menu. The dining table was this big, heavy, dark wood thing that came with the house. It was scarred and stained, and it always felt cold to the touch, even on a hot day. We were standing there, debating pepperoni versus sausage, when I felt it. The temperature dropped. It wasn't a gradual thing. It was like walking through a wall of cold air. 1 second I was warm, the next I was shivering, the hairs on my arms standing straight up, my breath puffed out in a little white cloud. Mark saw it too, his eyes wide. He whispered, "Do you feel that?" And then I saw him, sitting at the head of the dining table, in the chair that was always pushed in, was an old man. He wasn't there, and then he was. There was no shimmer, no fade in. He was just there, solid. My brain stuttered, trying to process it. He was thin, gaunt, wearing a faded plaid shirt and dark trousers. His skin was pale and had a waxy, almost greyish tint to it. His hair was thin, white, and combed over a blotchy scalp. But his eyes, they were the worst. They were a flat, milky blue, and they held no life. But they were fixed on me with an intensity that felt like a physical weight. My heart just seized in my chest. It wasn't beating, it was a frozen, painful lump. I couldn't move, I couldn't even breathe. I just stared, my mind screaming that this was impossible. Mark was staring too, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated terror. He was frozen beside me, his hand still pointing at the pizza menu. The old man's lips, thin and bloodless, parted. The sound that came out wasn't a voice. It was a dry, rasping scrape, like stones grinding together deep in his throat. It was the sound of something that hadn't spoken in a very, very long time. "Get out." The words hung in the frigid air. They weren't loud, but they were clear, and they carried a venomous hatred that made my skin crawl. My fight or flight finally kicked in, but it was all flight. Every cell in my body was screaming to run, to get out of that room, out of that house, but my feet were rooted to the spot. I was trapped by that dead-eyed stare. Some stupid, rational part of my brain, the part that hadn't fully accepted what was happening, made me try to speak. My mouth was desert dry. I had to force my tongue to unstick from the roof of my mouth. This is Mark's house," I managed to croak out. The words sounded feeble and pathetic. "He rents it." The old man's head tilted just a fraction. There was no change in his expression, but the hatred in the room intensified, becoming a suffocating pressure. The cold deepened, biting into my bones. I could see the grain of the wood on the tabletop more clearly, as if the very air was sharpening. He rasped again, the sound slower, more deliberate, each word a separate act of malice. "This is my house." He wasn't arguing. He was stating a fact, an immutable, terrifying fact. And with that statement came a wave of pure, undiluted anger. It wasn't just an emotion. It was a physical force. I felt it push against me, a cold, hostile wind that carried the scent of dust and decay. The single bare light bulb hanging over the table flickered once, twice, and then the bulb itself began to dim, not like a power surge, but like a life fading, the filament glowing a dull, angry orange before settling into a ghastly twilight. My body finally broke free of its paralysis. I stumbled back, my shoulder hitting the doorframe. I grabbed Mark's arm, my fingers digging into his flesh. He was trembling violently. We didn't speak. We just ran. We bolted out of the dining room, through the living room, and out the front door, not even bothering to close it behind us. We ran to my car, our breaths coming in ragged, panicked sobs. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key into the ignition. I slammed the car into reverse and peeled out of the driveway, gravel spraying behind us. I didn't look back. I just drove, my knuckles white on the steering wheel, my entire body shaking with a chill that had nothing to do with the summer evening. We ended up at a diner 20 minutes away, sitting in a sticky vinyl booth, clutching mugs of coffee. We didn't drink. We didn't talk much. What was there to say? We had both seen it. We had both heard it. There was no explaining it away. The reality of it was sitting between us, a monstrous, impossible truth. Mark moved out within the week. He left most of his stuff. He told the landlord he was breaking the lease and didn't care about the deposit. He just wanted to be gone. The landlord was pissed, but Mark didn't give him a reason. What was he supposed to say? An angry dead man told me to get out of his house. Life went on, as it does. We didn't talk about it much after that. It was too big, too strange. It felt like a shared fever dream, a bizarre crack in reality that we had somehow stumbled through. We buried it. Years went by. It must have been 8, maybe 9 years later. I was in a different city, working a different job. I was in a bookstore, just browsing, when I saw a woman who looked familiar. It took me a second to place her. It was the wife of the guy who had bought the house from Mark's old landlord. I'd met them once, briefly, when they were first looking at the place. I'd never said anything to them about what happened. I figured it was our crazy secret, and the house had probably been fine for them. I went over to say hello. We made small talk for a minute, and then I asked, just casual, "So, how do you like that old house on Elm Street?" Her face changed instantly. All the color drained from it. Her smile vanished, replaced by a tight, panicked look. Her eyes darted around as if she was afraid someone might overhear. She leaned in close, her voice dropping to a whisper. We only lasted a month. My blood ran cold. "What happened?" I asked, though a part of me already knew. She looked at me, her eyes wide and haunted. The doors, the stove, the things we heard. She swallowed hard, and her next words came out in a rush, a confession she'd been holding in. And the old man in the dining room, he was so angry. He told us to get out. He said it was his house. She described him, the gaunt face, the faded plaid shirt, the milky dead eyes, the rasping, grinding voice. It was him. He was still there. All that time, he was still there, sitting at his table in his house, waiting for the next people to trespass. The confirmation didn't bring any closure. It didn't make the memory make any more sense. It just made the horror deeper, more permanent. It wasn't a one-time fluke, a glitch. It was a feature of that place, a permanent malevolent resident. I never drove down that street again. I don't know who lives there now, or if anyone does. I don't want to know. Sometimes, late at night, if my own house is too quiet, I'll remember the weight of that cold, the scrape of that voice, and the absolute certain hatred in those dead eyes. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to my soul, that he's still there, in his house. Story 2. So, I'm just going to type this out because I need to get it off my chest, and maybe someone here has seen something similar or can make sense of it. I've been sitting on this for a while now, and every time I think about it, I get this cold shiver down my back. It happened last fall. I think it was October. But I'm bad with dates. All I know is it was a crisp, sunny day. The kind where the sky is so blue it almost hurts your eyes. I was working my delivery route in Grove City, Pennsylvania, which is usually pretty quiet, lots of residential streets and a few industrial patches. I've been doing this job for about 5 years, so I know the area like the back of my hand. That day I was running a bit behind schedule because traffic had been slow on the highway, but nothing out of the ordinary. I remember pulling up to this street near the edge of town, where there's a row of houses and then this open field with a guard shack off to the side. The shack's one of those old wooden things, maybe used for security back in the day, but now it's just sitting there, all weathered and forgotten. I had a package to drop off at one of the houses, so I parked my van on the curb, killed the engine and grabbed the box. The air was cool, but the sun was warm on my skin, and I could hear birds chirping somewhere. Normal stuff, you know, just another day. As I was walking up the driveway, I noticed movement out of the corner of my eye. Over by the guard shack, there was this guy, tall, really tall, like over 6 feet, and he was wearing this bright fluorescent yellow hazmat suit, the kind you see in movies or on news reports about chemical spills. But this one was so vivid, it almost glowed in the sunlight. He had black boots and gloves on, and a mask covering his face, so I couldn't see any features. What got me first was how he was moving. He wasn't just walking. It was like a dance, this weird, jerky kind of shuffle where he'd take a step, then sway a little, then stop and start again. It was unnatural, like his limbs weren't quite connected right. I froze for a second, just staring, because who dresses like that in the middle of a suburban street? Then I saw the kid. There was this little boy, maybe 8 or 9 years old, riding his bike on the sidewalk. He had a helmet on and was pedaling slowly, like he was just enjoying the day. The man in the hazmat suit stopped his dance walking and stepped right in front of the kid's path. The boy braked hard, and his bike skidded a bit on the pavement. I expected the kid to yell or something, but he just sat there staring up at this giant figure. The man didn't touch him or say anything, at least I didn't hear anything from where I was, but he leaned down slightly, and even through the mask I could tell he was looking right at the kid. My heart started pounding then, because this felt wrong, like really wrong. I was about to shout or run over, but before I could, the man straightened up and turned toward me. That's when he waved, not a normal wave, but this slow, deliberate motion with one gloved hand, and his eyes, through the mask, I could see they were squinted, like he was smiling. But it wasn't a friendly smile, it was creepy, almost predatory, like he knew something I didn't. I felt this chill run through me and my stomach tightened. I dropped the package I was holding, it thudded on the driveway, and I just stood there, unable to move. The man held the wave for what felt like forever. Then he turned and started that dance walking again, heading toward the guard shack. I blinked and he was gone. Just like that. 1 second he was there, and the next he disappeared behind the shack. I mean, vanished. There was no sound, no rustle of leaves, nothing. The kid on the bike was still sitting there looking confused, and then he pedaled away fast, like he'd been spooked too. I shook myself out of it and ran over to where the man had been. The grass around the shack was dry and patchy, and there were no footprints or any sign that someone had been there. I circled the shack, peering behind it, but there was nothing. Just empty space and a faint breeze that made the old wood creak. My hands were trembling, and I could feel sweat on my forehead despite the cool air. I went back to my van and sat in the driver's seat, trying to catch my breath. That's when I saw another car pull up, a neighbor, I guess, and the driver rolled down his window. He looked pale, and he asked me if I'd seen that guy in the yellow suit. I nodded, and he said he'd been driving by and saw the whole thing too. He described it exactly like I did. The dance walking, the kid, the wave. We both just sat there for a minute, not saying much, because, what do you say? Then he drove off, and I finished my delivery, but my mind was racing. The rest of the day was a blur. I kept replaying it in my head. The way the man moved, that squinted-eyed wave, the sudden disappearance. It didn't make sense. Was he some kind of creep trying to scare people? But why the hazmat suit? And how did he vanish like that? Or maybe it was something else, something paranormal or even extraterrestrial. I've never believed in that stuff, but now, I don't know. I drove back to the depot later, and my boss asked why I was so jumpy. I didn't tell him. I just said I had a long day. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that fluorescent yellow suit and those squinted eyes. I kept thinking about the kid. Was he okay? I should have checked on him, but I was too freaked out. The next day, I went back to the street, but everything was normal. No one else had reported anything, and the guard shack was just sitting there, empty. I asked around, but no one knew anything. It's been months now, and I still think about it. Sometimes I dream about it, and I wake up with my heart pounding. I've never seen anything like it before or since, and I have no explanation. It's just this thing that happened, and it left me feeling unsettled, like the world isn't as safe as I thought. Story 3, a D. It was the Tuesday after Thanksgiving when I found out my mom was gone. Not just gone like she'd gone to the store, but gone for good. She died in November on the 15th, but I didn't hear a word about it until the 29th. 2 weeks. For 2 whole weeks, my mom was just lying there in her house, and I didn't know. I was living my life, complaining about work, making dinner, and she was dead. That fact alone is a cold knot in my stomach that'll never really go away. My sister was the one who was supposed to be contacted. She lived closer, and even though we hadn't spoken to her in years, her number was the one on my mom's emergency contact list. The police called her, and she didn't call me. She didn't call my brother. She called some family friend, a woman named Brenda, who we'd never really liked. And the two of them went over to the house. I only found out because my brother, who lives out of state, got a weird feeling. He said he'd been trying to call Mum for days, and her phone just went straight to voicemail. He finally called the non-emergency line for the local police, and they confirmed it. A welfare check. They found her. They'd already found her. My brother's voice on the phone was thin and cracked, like he was telling me a secret he didn't even believe himself. She's gone, and the police said they already notified Sarah weeks ago. The drive to my mom's house was the longest 2 hours of my life. It wasn't grief at first, it was just this white-hot rage. My hands were clenched so tight on the steering wheel, my knuckles were white. My sister, she knew, and she didn't tell us, and she went over there. What did she do over there? When we pulled up, the house looked wrong, not just sad, but violated. The little ceramic goose she kept by the front door was knocked over on its side. The curtains in the living room were drawn shut, which Mom never did. She loved the morning light. My brother and I just sat in the car for a minute, neither of us wanting to go in. The air was cold and brittle, the kind of cold that gets deep into your bones. We used my key to get in. The smell hit me first. It's a smell you can't really describe unless you've smelled it. It's not just stale air, it's a thick, sweetish sort of decay, undercut with this awful metallic tang. It was the smell of her being gone, of time passing in a place where it shouldn't have. We found out later from the coroner's report that she'd been there for almost a week before anyone found her. That smell was her, waiting. The living room was a mess. Not a ransacked mess, but a picked-over mess. Cushions were out of place. The drawers on the end tables were pulled open. My brother pointed to the mantelpiece. Her locket's gone. It was a simple silver locket with a picture of me and my brother inside from when we were kids. Mum never took it off. It was always there on the mantelpiece if she was doing dishes or something. Gone. That's when my sister showed up. She just walked in, with Brenda trailing behind her like a shadow. Sarah didn't even look at us. She just started talking, her voice all businesslike and cold. "I'm glad you're here. We need to sort out Mum's affairs." I couldn't even look at her. I was staring at the space where the locket should have been. My brother was the one who spoke, his voice shaking. "You knew. For 2 weeks you knew." She shrugged a little, dismissive movement. It was a complicated situation. I had to secure the property. "Secure it from who?" I finally snapped, turning to face her. "From us?" That's when Brenda piped up, holding out a folded piece of paper. "Your mother's will." She left everything to Sarah. The world just sort of tilted. It didn't make any sense. My mom and Sarah hadn't spoken in 5 years, not since a huge blow-up over money. Mom was hurt, deeply hurt. She told me 100 times, she's cut out for good. There was no way. I took the paper. It was a photocopy. The text was blurry. It looked off. The signature at the bottom was a scrawl that only vaguely resembled my mom's neat looping handwriting. I was standing right under the living room ceiling light, a cheap brass fixture with 3 bulbs. As I unfolded the paper, my eyes scanning the fake, cruel words, the light above me flickered. It wasn't a power surge flicker. It was sharp, angry, like a camera flash, but harsher. Click off, click on. So fast it left a bluish after-image on my vision. Everyone froze. Brenda let out a little "oh," and then it happened again. Click off, click on. My sister scoffed. "Old wiring. This whole place is a death trap." But it wasn't just that light. As soon as she said that, the small lamp on the end table, the one with the stained glass shade my mom loved, flickered in the exact same rhythm. Click off, click on. Then the light in the hallway leading to the kitchen did it, one after the other, in a sequence, like something was moving through the house, like something was aware of us, standing there in the living room. My blood went cold. It wasn't fear of the dark. It was a feeling of being watched, of being judged. The air got heavier, that awful smell seeming to thicken. Sarah, stubborn and angry, just snatched the paper back from me. "See? It's right here. The house, the savings, everything. It's mine." She started talking then, her voice getting nastier, listing off things she was going to do. She was going to sell the house. She was going to liquidate Mum's retirement account. She was going to throw all the old junk in the dumpster. She gestured around the room, at the photos on the walls, the little knickknacks collected over a lifetime. All this garbage. As she said garbage, the hallway light flickered again, violently this time stuttering like a dying man's heartbeat. Click, click, click off on. I couldn't stay in that room with her. I had to get away from that fake will and her greedy eyes. "I'm going upstairs," I muttered, and I didn't wait for a reply. The stairs creaked under my feet the way they always had. Upstairs it was darker, the air even more still. I walked down the hallway towards my old bedroom. The hallway had one of those old pull-string lights in the ceiling. As I passed under it, the bare bulb flickered, just once. A bright, silent snap of light. I stopped dead. My heart was hammering against my ribs. This was different from downstairs. Downstairs felt like a warning. Up here, it felt like a signal. I didn't go to my old room. I went to the door at the end of the hall, the one that led to the loft. It was a cramped, unfinished space full of Christmas decorations and old suitcases and memories we couldn't bear to throw away. The door was stiff, but it opened. It was dark and dusty. I fumbled for the string for the single bare bulb in the center of the low ceiling. I pulled it, and the weak yellow light came on. And there, right in the middle of the floor, as if they'd been placed there, were three things. My first grade report card, the one where my teacher wrote, "A joy to have in class." My brother's Little League trophy from when he was 9, and the porcelain doll my mum had as a little girl, the one with the cracked face that always creeped me out, but that she loved. They were sitting in a neat little triangle on the dusty floorboards. They hadn't been thrown in a box. They were placed. Sarah and Brenda, they wouldn't have cared about this stuff. They were after jewelry, cash, anything of monetary value. They would have just tossed this loft stuff aside. But here these three things were, waiting for me. I stood there for I don't know how long, just staring at that Little League trophy, the dust motes dancing in the weak light. I felt like I couldn't breathe. This was my mum. This was her saying, "I'm here, remember this." I took the things, holding them carefully, and went back downstairs. My sister and Brenda were in the kitchen. I could hear my sister's voice, sharp and loud. She was on the phone with a realtor talking about quick sale and as-is condition. The kitchen was where it happened. The coroner said she'd been making a cup of tea. She just sat down at the kitchen table and didn't get back up. This was the room. I stood in the doorway, holding my brother's trophy and my report card. My sister saw me and rolled her eyes, covering the phone's mouthpiece. "Find some treasures," she sneered. As she said it, the kitchen light went insane. It was a fluorescent tube light under a plastic cover. It didn't just flicker. It strobed. It flashed on and off so fast it was like a discotheque from hell, throwing our jerking, frantic shadows against the walls. A loud, angry buzzing sound filled the room, like a trapped hornet the size of a car. Brenda shrieked and dropped her purse. My brother stumbled back into the hallway. My sister just stood there, the phone still to her ear, her face a mask of shock, and, for the first time, a flicker of real fear. The light was screaming at her. There is no other way to describe it. It was a pure, raw, intelligent anger. It was focused on her. It knew what she had done. It knew she had taken the locket. It knew she had forged the will. It knew she hadn't called us. It knew she had left our mom here alone. It knew. The strobing felt like it went on for minutes, the buzzing so loud it vibrated in my teeth. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The light went back to its normal, steady hum. The silence that followed was heavier than any noise I've ever heard. My sister slowly lowered the phone. Her hand was shaking. She didn't say another word. She just walked out, Brenda scrambling after her. We heard their car start and peel away from the curb. My brother and I were left alone in the sudden, profound quiet of the house. We didn't speak. We just looked at each other. We knew. We both knew. We ended up leaving not long after. The feeling in the house was too much. It was charged, like the air after a lightning strike. We took the keepsakes from the loft and left. It took a few days to sort everything out. The will was a forgery, a bad one. The lawyer took one look at it and laughed, but it was a sad, hollow laugh. We got the house back. We got most of her things back, though we never did find that locket. But I couldn't leave it like that. I couldn't let the last memory of that house be the anger, the strobing light, the smell of death. So a week later, I went back, alone. It was a grey, quiet afternoon. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The smell was still there, fainter, but it was now mixed with the scent of cleaning products I'd used the last time. I didn't know what I was going to do. I just walked from room to room. I stood in the living room, under the light that had first flickered. Nothing. I went upstairs, stood in the hallway under the pull-string light. Nothing. I went into the kitchen. I stood by the table, the place where she spent her last moments. I put my hand on the worn wooden surface. "I'm sorry, Mom," I whispered. My voice sounded too loud in the silence. "I'm so sorry we weren't here. I'm sorry you were alone. I love you. It's okay to go. We're okay." I stood there for 40 minutes. I know because I watched the clock on the microwave, the one with the broken number 7 that she always meant to replace. For 40 minutes I just stood there, remembering her, the good times, the sound of her laugh, the way she'd hum when she was gardening, the feel of her hand on my forehead when I was sick. And for those entire 40 minutes, every light in the house was perfectly, utterly still. Not a flicker, not a dim, nothing. It was just a quiet, empty house. It was a peace I hadn't felt since before I got that phone call. It was her, letting me know she heard me, letting me know she wasn't angry anymore, letting me know it was finally, truly over. I locked the door and drove away, and I never went back. We sold the house a few months later. I still have my report card and my brother's trophy in a box in my closet. But I think about those lights all the time. I'll be in my own kitchen, and the bulb will flicker for a second, and my heart will stop. I'll remember that intelligent, furious strobing, and then I'll remember the profound, gift-wrapped silence of that 40 minutes. Was it her? Was it some weird electrical fault that just happened to sync up with every horrible and then peaceful moment of that day? I don't know. I'll never know. All I know is that in that house, on that day, something was in there with us. Something that knew everything, and it was angry. And then, when it was time, it was finally at peace. And I was left here with the memory of the lights and the chilling, unshakable feeling that for one day the walls were thin, and I got a glimpse of something on the other side. Story 4. It was just past 10 in the morning on a Tuesday, and I was already counting down the minutes until my lunch break. The diner was in that post-breakfast rush lull, the air thick with the smell of old grease and stale coffee. I was refilling the napkin dispensers along the counter, my mind a million miles away, thinking about a bill I had to pay or some other mundane life problem. That's when I first saw him, a flash of white in the periphery, a sudden cold gust of wind that made the fine hairs on my arms stand up. I turned my head, and there he was. An old man in a crisp white shirt, rushing past the end of the counter towards the hallway that led to the restrooms and the back office. He was moving fast, with a kind of frantic energy that felt out of place in the sleepy morning atmosphere. I didn't see his face, just the back of him, thin grey hair, that bright white shirt, and a sense of urgency. I blinked, maybe took a half step to see where he was going so fast, and he was just gone. The hallway was empty. The swinging door to the kitchen hadn't moved. It was like he'd evaporated into the sticky air. My heart did a little stutter step. I stood there for a full minute, just holding a stack of napkins, listening to the hum of the drink cooler and the distant clatter of pans from the kitchen. I tried to logic it out. A customer I hadn't noticed, but the bell on the front door hadn't chimed. A trick of the light, but I'd felt the wind, a chill that was separate from the weak stream of the air conditioner. I shook my head, physically shook it, like a dog shaking off water. "You're tired," I muttered to myself, and went back to stuffing napkins, but my hands were a little less steady. The morning dragged on. I served coffee, took orders for burgers and club sandwiches, made small talk with the regulars, but my focus was shot. Every time I passed that spot near the end of the counter, I'd glance down the hallway. Nothing, just the scuffed linoleum floor and the faded poster about proper hand-washing techniques. Around 2 in the afternoon, I was in the back stockroom, counting boxes of coffee filters. The stockroom was always a little creepy, a windowless box with a single flickering fluorescent light that buzzed like an angry insect. It shared a wall with the employee break room, and next to that was the back alley where we took out the trash. I was on my knees scribbling numbers on a clipboard when I heard it from the break room, the distinct, heavy clunk of the soda machine releasing a can, followed by the rattle of it landing in the retrieval slot. I froze. The place was empty. I was the only one scheduled for the mid-shift, and the cooks were all up front, prepping for the dinner rush. I stayed perfectly still, listening so hard my ears ached. Silence. Then another clunk, and another. 3 sodas, one after the other. I got to my feet slowly, my knees popping. I pushed the stockroom door open and peered into the break room. The room was empty. The ancient soda machine, a hulking metal thing covered in faded brand logos, stood silent against the far wall. I walked over to it. The display screen was dark. I reached out and pressed the button for a cola. Nothing. No hum, no light, no satisfying thump. It was unplugged. The cord was coiled neatly on the floor next to the outlet. A fine layer of dust coated the top of the machine. It hadn't been plugged in for months, maybe years. We all just used the fountain machine out front, but in the delivery slot there were 3 cans of soda, ice cold, beaded with condensation, a cola, an orange soda, and a root beer. I just stared at them. My mouth went dry. This wasn't a trick of the light. This was something else. I didn't touch them. I backed out of the break room and went back to the stockroom, closing the door behind me. I didn't finish counting the filters. I just sat on a crate, my heart hammering against my ribs, and waited until I heard the day shift cook, Leo, call my name from the kitchen. The rest of the afternoon was a blur of forced normalcy. I avoided the break room. I avoided the end of the counter. I tried to convince myself I was being ridiculous, that there was a logical explanation for everything, but the feeling in my gut, a cold, heavy knot of dread, wouldn't go away. My shift ended at 4, but I was covering a closeting shift for a friend that night, so I had a 2-hour break before I had to come back. I spent it at a park down the street, sitting on a bench in the sun, trying to warm the chill out of my bones. It didn't work. When I came back at 6, the place had a different energy. The dinner crowd was thinning out, and the quiet of the evening was starting to settle in. Jenna, one of the other servers, was closing with me. She was a no-nonsense woman in her 40s, a single mom who didn't have the time or patience for nonsense. I felt a little better, knowing I wouldn't be alone. We started the closing procedures around 9:30 after the last customer left. We bussed the tables, wiped them down, swept the floors. The silence of the empty diner was always a little heavy, but tonight it felt oppressive, like the air itself was holding its breath. I was mopping the floor near the front windows when Jenna, who was wiping down the counter, suddenly went still. "You see that?" she whispered, her voice tight. I followed her gaze to the hallway. "See what?" I thought I saw someone, an old guy, in a white shirt. He just zipped past." She shook her head, a frown creasing her forehead. "Must be seeing things. I'm more tired than I thought." The blood drained from my face. I leaned the mop against a booth. "Jenna, describe him." She looked at me, and her eyes widened a little at my expression. "I don't know. Old, thin, a white shirt, like a dress shirt. He was moving really fast." "Why, have you seen him too?" I just nodded. I didn't have the words. The confirmation from her, someone so grounded, made the whole thing terrifyingly real. It wasn't just me. We stood there for a moment in the humming silence, a shared understanding passing between us. We weren't alone in the diner. We finished cleaning the front as fast as we could, our movements hurried and jerky. Every small sound, the creak of a floorboard, the gurgle of the coffee maker as it cooled down, made us jump. We decided to do the back closing tasks together. No splitting up. The back area consisted of the kitchen, the break room, the stock room, and a small manager's office. We started in the kitchen, turning off the grills and fryers, scrubbing the surfaces. It was while I was scouring the flat-top grill that I heard it from the break room. A slow, grating sound, the sound of a chair leg scraping across the linoleum floor. Jenna heard it too. She was by the sink, and she dropped the metal scrubber she was holding. It clattered loudly in the silence. We both stared at the closed break room door. "The chairs are all on the tables," she said, her voice a thin reed. "We put them up before we started mopping." We had. It was standard procedure to stack the 4 metal chairs upside down on the 2 tables in the break room to make sweeping easier. The scraping sound came again, longer this time, like the chair was being dragged across the entire room. I felt a cold sweat break out on the back of my neck. My palms were slick. Jenna picked up a heavy cast-iron skillet from the drying rack. I grabbed a long metal food turner. It was pathetic, but it was something. I pushed the break room door open. The room was dark, illuminated only by the faint glow from the kitchen lights behind us. The chairs were still stacked neatly on the tables, exactly as we had left them. Nothing was out of place. The 3 soda cans were still in the machine's slot, but the air was ice cold, colder than the walk-in fridge. It stole the breath from my lungs, and then I saw it. In the far corner of the room, where the shadows were deepest, a patch of darkness that was too solid, too black. It was man-shaped, a silhouette cut out of the fabric of reality itself. It had no features, no face, no details. It was just a hole in the world, a human-shaped void. And it was moving. Not walking, but gliding, shifting from one foot to the other, a slow, swaying motion. I couldn't move, I couldn't speak. I could only stare at this thing, this absence of light, and feel a primal, gut-wrenching fear seize my entire body. It was the feeling you get when you look over the edge of a very tall building, that dizzying, nauseating drop in your stomach, but it was everywhere, all through me. Jenna made a small, choked sound next to me. She saw it too. The shadow figure stopped swaying. It seemed to be looking right at us. There were no eyes, but I felt its attention like a physical weight. Then it simply dissolved. It didn't fade or walk away. 1 second it was there, a solid black shape, and the next, the corner was just a normal, shadowy corner. The intense cold in the room vanished, replaced by the usual stuffy warmth. We didn't say a word. We backed out of the room, never turning our backs to it, and Jenna slowly, carefully pulled the door shut. We finished closing the kitchen in a frantic, silent panic. We didn't check the stockroom, we didn't check the office. We just turned off the lights and got the hell out of the back area. The final thing we had to do was take the trash out to the dumpster in the back alley. It was a task we both dreaded on a normal night, but tonight it felt like a death sentence. We carried the 2 heavy bags together, our steps too loud in the quiet parking lot. The motion sensor light above the back door flicked on, casting a sickly yellow glow. We heaved the bags into the dumpster, the lid crashing down with a bang that made us both flinch. As we turned to hurry back inside, we both heard it at the same time. From inside the diner, through the closed back door, came a series of 3 loud, deliberate bangs. Bang, bang, bang. Like someone slapping a flat hand hard against the inside of the metal door. There was no one in there. We had just come out. We had locked the front door. The place was empty. We didn't go back in. We just ran. We ran to our cars, fumbling with our keys, our hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key into the lock. We didn't say goodbye. We just peeled out of the parking lot, leaving the diner and whatever was inside it behind in the darkness. I called in sick the next day, and the day after that. I eventually went back because I needed the money, but I never closed again. I switched to only day shifts. Jenna did the same. We never really talked about it after that night. We didn't have to. You could see it in each other's eyes. a shared unspoken knowledge of something that shouldn't be, something that defied every rule of the world we thought we lived in. Sometimes, on a slow afternoon, I'll still feel that sudden cold gust of wind near the end of the counter. I never turn to look anymore. I just keep wiping down the same spot over and over until the feeling passes. I don't know who the old man was, or what the shadow wanted, or why the soda machine decided to work that one day. I don't have any answers. All I have is the memory, so vivid and sharp it feels like it happened 5 minutes ago, and the chilling certainty that we were not alone in there, and that whatever was with us, it knew we were there too. Story 5. It was late July, the kind of hot, thick air that makes your shirt stick to your back even after the sun goes down. I was staying at my grandparents' place for a couple of weeks, like I did every summer when I was a kid, even though I'm in my 20s now. The tradition just stuck. Their property is huge, acres and acres of rolling fields, old oak trees and dense woods at the very back that always felt a little darker, a little quieter than they should. My 2 younger cousins were staying there too. They're 16 and 17, still all energy and dumb jokes. That afternoon, my granddad asked me to take them down to the far pasture to check on a fence line that had been looking weak. The vehicle we always used for jobs like that was this ancient beat-up Ford pickup everyone in the family called the BA. Don't ask me why it was called that. It's just what my granddad called it when he bought it 40 years ago, and the name stuck. The paint was more rust than blue, the seats were cracked vinyl that burned your legs in the sun, and it smelled permanently of old gasoline and dirt. But it always started, and it could handle just about any terrain on the property. So we piled in, me driving, my 2 cousins squished in the passenger seat. We were joking around, the radio was crackling some old country station, and I was driving slow, just bumping along the dirt track that cuts through the high grass. The sun was starting to dip, casting this long golden light that made everything look peaceful, beautiful even. We were coming up on this one hill, a really steep grassy rise on the left-hand side. It's a spot I've seen 1,000 times. As we got closer, my eyes just landed on it, and my brain just stopped. There was something on the crest of that hill. It was massive. I mean, 3, maybe 4 times the size of a big Rottweiler. But it was all wrong. It was pitch black, not like fur, but like a hole in the world, like if you cut a dog-shaped piece out of the night sky and pasted it onto the sunny field. It was just standing there perfectly still, facing us, and its eyes. They were red, not like glowing red like a toy, but like burning red, like embers in a dead fire. Just this intense, hot, angry red. My foot just came off the gas. The bar rolled to a stop. I couldn't breathe. I was just staring, my hands frozen on the steering wheel. "What are you doing?" My younger cousin, let's call him Jake, asked. He was messing with his phone. I couldn't even form words. I just pointed, my hand feeling like it weighed 100 pounds. They both looked. "What?" The other one, I'll call him Mark, said, "What are we looking at?" "That," I finally managed to whisper. My throat was so tight. "On the hill, that thing." They squinted, shielding their eyes from the sun. They looked right at it. Jake even said, "Dude, is that a cow? It looks weird." But it wasn't a cow. It was shaped vaguely like a dog, but its legs were too long, its shoulders too hunched, and it was utterly silent. No birds were singing anymore. The air was dead still. "I don't see anything," Mark said, sounding annoyed. "It's just the shadow from that big oak or something." It wasn't a shadow, it was solid. I could see the individual blades of grass behind it, waving in a breeze that wasn't touching this thing. It was like it existed on a different layer of reality. Then, without a sound, no rustle of grass, no snap of a twig, it turned. It moved with this unnatural liquid smoothness, just gliding down the back slope of the hill and into the tree line. It didn't run, it just flowed into the darkness between the trees, and was gone. The moment it disappeared, the sounds of the field came back. A bird chirped, and it was so loud it made me jump. "What was that about?" Jake asked, already losing interest. I tried to explain, but my words came out in a jumble. It was huge, black, red eyes. "You didn't see it?" They just laughed. "You're seeing things, man. Too much sun." I didn't press it. What could I say? But my heart was hammering against my ribs. I felt cold all over, despite the heat. I knew what I saw. I've seen coyotes, I've seen bobcats, I've even seen a black bear once on this land. This was none of those. This was something else. The rest of the day was a blur. We checked the fence. I was quiet the whole time, my eyes constantly scanning the tree line. I felt watched. We drove back to the house, and I didn't say a word to my grandparents. What would I say? "Hey, I saw a monster on the hill." They'd think I'd lost it, but that night after dinner, Jake and Mark got this idea. They were hyped up on soda and boredom. "Let's go back," Jake said. My blood ran cold. "No, absolutely not." "Come on," Mark joined in. "We'll take the bay. It'll be fun. We'll prove to you there's nothing out there. You probably just saw a weird stump." I didn't want to go. Every fiber of my being was screaming not to go. But a stupid, stubborn part of me wanted to prove it to myself too, that I hadn't lost my mind, that it had been real. So against every instinct I had, I agreed. We waited until my grandparents had gone to bed around 10 o'clock. The night was clear and moonless, so the stars were incredibly bright, but away from the house lights, it was pitch black. We got back in the bar. The interior felt different now, smaller, more cramped. The smell of gasoline was making me nauseous. I drove, my knuckles white on the wheel. I had the high beams on, cutting 2 bright tunnels through the darkness. We didn't talk much. The joking had stopped. The only sound was the rumble of the old engine and the crunch of tires on dirt. We got to the same stretch of track, right by the base of that hill. It was just a dark shape against a slightly less dark sky now. "Okay," I said, my voice shaky. "We're here. I don't see anything. Can we go?" "Turn off the lights," Jake said from the passenger seat. "What? No." "Do it for like 5 seconds. It'll be cool. See the stars without any light pollution." It was a dumb, kid-like dare. But in that moment, it felt like the worst idea in the history of ideas. "Jake, no, it's not safe." "Come on, you're such a wuss. Just for a second." Before I could stop him, his hand darted over and clicked off the headlights. The darkness was absolute. It was like being plunged into ink. I couldn't see my own hands in front of my face, the kind of dark that feels heavy, that presses in on your eyes. I fumbled for the switch, panic rising in my throat. That's when I felt the lurch. The front right tire must have been right on the edge of the drainage ditch that runs alongside the track. In the pitch black, I'd let the wheel drift. There was a nasty crunch. The truck tilted violently, and the engine coughed, sputtered, and died. Silence. Total, profound silence. "Shit," Mark whispered. "You idiot." I snapped at Jake, my fear turning into anger for a second. I turned the key. The starter motor whined a pathetic, straining sound, but the engine didn't catch, nothing, just that awful whining noise. I tried again, and again. The battery was starting to sound weak. We were stuck in the ditch, in the middle of nowhere, in the dark, right next to that hill. "We're gonna have to walk back," Jake said, his voice small now, all the bravado gone. "No," I said, maybe too quickly. "We'll wait. Someone will come looking when we don't come back." "That could be hours," Mark said. We sat there for what felt like forever, just listening. The silence was worse than any sound. It was a listening silence. I kept staring out my window, toward the hill. My eyes were playing tricks on me, seeing shifting shadows in the deeper black of the trees. Then I saw them. 2 pinpricks of red light, low to the ground, in the exact spot where the creature had vanished. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't even make a sound. I just stared. The red lights weren't moving. They were just watching us. Guys, I croaked. What? Jake said, sounding terrified. Don't look, just don't look out my window. Of course, they both immediately looked. Oh my God, Mark breathed. The red lights began to move. They floated forward, smoothly, silently, coming down the hill towards us. They were getting bigger, closer. That's when the smell hit me. It came in through the bar's air vents, a wave of it. It was like rotten meat and wet dirt and something else, something metallic like old blood. It was so thick and foul I gagged. Do you smell that? Jake whispered, his voice trembling. We all did. The thing was at the bottom of the hill now. I still couldn't see its body, just those two burning red eyes hanging in the darkness at about the height of the truck's hood. They were maybe 20 feet away. I was crouched down in my seat, trying to make myself small. My heart was beating so hard I thought it would burst. I was shaking uncontrollably. This wasn't fear like being scared of a test or a loud noise. This was a primal, gut-level terror, the kind that tells you you are prey, that you are looking at something that does not belong in your world. I fumbled for my phone, my hands slick with sweat. I had to get light, any light. I dropped it, the screen glowing as it clattered to the floor. I scrabbled for it, my fingers finally closing around it. I turned on the flashlight and shakily pointed it out the windshield. The beam was weak, swallowed by the immense darkness, but it landed right on the thing, and for a single, horrifying second, I saw it clearly. It was more massive up close than I could have imagined. The black wasn't fur. It was a matte, non-reflective black like Vanta black, a total absence of light. It absorbed my phone's beam. Its body was all wrong. Muscles bulging in places they shouldn't, a spine that looked like sharp, bony ridges pushing against its skin. Its head was elongated, almost wolf-like, but with no visible ears or nose. Just that smooth, terrible blackness and those two pits of fire where its eyes should be. It didn't react to the light. It didn't blink. It just stood there, and I felt its gaze. It wasn't a look of curiosity or animal hunger. It was a look of recognition and contempt, like it knew what we were, and we were nothing. Then Jake, in a complete panic, grabbed my arm. "Turn it off! Turn the light off!" In my terror, I listened. I thumbed the button and the light died. We were back in the pure, suffocating dark, but we could still hear it. A sound started so low I felt it more than heard it. A vibration in my teeth. A deep, guttural growl that didn't sound like it came from any lungs I could imagine. It was the sound of rocks grinding together deep underground. It was right outside my door. I could feel its presence, a cold spot in the night air. The smell was overwhelming, filling the cab, making it hard to breathe. I was crying, I think. Silent tears of pure terror were streaming down my face. I had my knees pulled up to my chest, my arms wrapped around my head like a little kid, trying to hide. I was making this low, whimpering noise in the back of my throat. I've never been so scared in my entire life. I genuinely believed we were going to die right there. We all sat like that, frozen, for what felt like an eternity. The growling stopped. The smell began to fade, slowly. I don't know how much time passed. It could have been 5 minutes. It could have been an hour. The only thing that broke the spell was the sound of an engine in the distance. Headlights appeared, bouncing down the track from the direction of the house. It was my granddad in his other truck. The relief was so powerful, it felt like a physical blow. I started sobbing for real. When he pulled up, his lights flooded the area. There was nothing there, just the bar stuck in the ditch and the empty, quiet field. We scrambled out of the truck, all of us babbling at once. My granddad listened, his face grim. He didn't call us liars, he didn't laugh, he just looked at the tree line for a long, long time. Later, after he'd pulled the bar out with a chain and we were back at the house, he sat me down at the kitchen table. He told me that his own father had seen things on that land. Strange things, lights in the woods, figures. He said there's a history to that soil, stories passed down that he never paid much mind to. He said the locals, the old-timers, they have a name for it, but he wouldn't tell me what it was. He just said that some places are just watched. We never went back to that field at night. I left a few days later. My cousins and I don't really talk about it. It's like an unspoken agreement to pretend it was just a bad scare. But I know what I saw. I know what stood outside that truck door. It wasn't a stray dog. It wasn't a coyote or a bear. It was something that knew that land belonged to it, and we were just temporary visitors. I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, my heart pounding, the memory of that rotten metallic smell filling my nose, and those two burning red eyes staring right through me, and I know, with a certainty that chills me to the bone, that it's still out there. Story 6. It was supposed to be just a field trip, you know, one of those boring school things you have to get through before summer break. I was in 7th grade, so this would have been back in the late 90s. We were all piled onto those big yellow buses, the ones that smell like diesel fuel and old vinyl seats, heading out to some nature reserve in southwestern Ohio. I don't even remember the name of the place, which is part of the whole problem now, but I'll get to that. The morning was normal. It was a Tuesday, I think, early June. The sky was that hazy, humid blue it gets around here before a real summer storm brews. We got off the bus, and the teachers did the whole head count thing, herding us like cats toward the main lodge. The reserve was pretty, I guess. Lots of big old trees, a creek you could hear babbling from the parking lot, the usual stuff. We got our little orientation talk from a park ranger inside the cool, dark lodge. And then we were split into groups to go walk the trails. My group had Mrs. Gable, our science teacher, and a couple of parent chaperones. We were maybe 20 kids in total. We started down this one trail called the Hemlock Loop. It was shady and quiet, the kind of quiet you expect in the woods. At first, that's the first thing that changed. And it's the thing that still makes the hair on my arm stand up, the sound or the lack of it. We'd only been walking for 10, maybe 15 minutes, when I realized I couldn't hear any birds. Not a single chirp or tweet. A minute before, the woods had been full of them, and the bugs were gone too. No buzzing, nothing. It was like someone had thrown a giant soundproof blanket over our whole section of the forest. The only noise was us, the crunch of our sneakers on the gravel path, the rustle of someone's backpack, a kid whispering. The normal forest sounds had just been switched off. I remember feeling a little knot form in my stomach. It wasn't fear yet, just this low-grade unease, like when you're home alone and you hear a creak from upstairs that you can't explain. I looked around at the other kids, but no one else seemed to notice. They were joking around, shoving each other playfully. I kept my mouth shut. I didn't want to be the weird kid who freaks out over nothing. We walked a bit further, and the silence got heavier. It was a physical pressure in my ears. Mrs. Gable stopped us at a clearing to point out some kind of fern or something. I was standing near the back of the group, not really listening. I was just staring into the trees, trying to figure out why everything felt so wrong. That's when I saw it. It was off to my left, maybe 50 feet into the woods, a space between two big oak trees, and something moved through that space. It wasn't an animal. I know what deer look like, what bears look like. This was different. It was tall, so tall. 7 feet, 8 feet, I don't know. It was just a mass of the purest black I have ever seen. Not like a shadow, because shadows have some light in them, some dimension. This thing was a solid, light-sucking black. It had no features that I could see, no face, no limbs that were distinct. It was just this tall, black shape. And it moved. It didn't walk. It didn't run. It glided. It went from behind one tree to behind another in a split second, and the movement was utterly smooth. There was no jerkiness, no sound of twigs snapping, no rustle of leaves. It was like it was on a track, just this impossibly fluid, fast motion. It was there. and then it was gone. The second it moved, the temperature dropped. I'm not making this up. It was a warm, muggy day, and I was sweating in my t-shirt. The moment my eyes registered that thing, a wave of cold air washed over me. It was the kind of cold that goes right through your clothes and settles in your bones. I got instant goosebumps all over my arms and legs. My breath actually hitched in my throat. I froze. I couldn't move. My brain was just screaming one word: no. This wasn't a person in a costume. This wasn't a trick of the light. This was something that should not be. The wrongness I'd been feeling since the silence started solidified into a pure, icy terror that was sitting right in the center of my chest. I must have made a sound, a little gasp or something, because the kid next to me, this boy named Kevin, looked at me and said, "You okay? You're white as a ghost." I just shook my head, my eyes glued to the spot where I'd seen it. I couldn't speak. Mrs. Gable was still talking about the fern, her voice sounding tinny and far away. I managed to lift a trembling hand and point vaguely toward the trees. "What is it?" Kevin asked, squinting, but there was nothing there, just trees and shadows. Normal shadows. It moved, I finally whispered, my voice cracking. Something tall, black. Kevin just shrugged, losing interest. "Probably a deer, man." It wasn't a deer. I knew it wasn't a deer. The silence was still there. The cold was still clinging to me, and the feeling of being watched was so intense, it felt like a physical weight on the back of my neck. It was the feeling of a predator's focus, and we were the prey. We started walking again, and I stuck to the very middle of the group, my heart hammering against my ribs. I kept scanning the woods, my head on a swivel, but I didn't see the black shape again. The trail looped around, and we met up with another one of our class groups at a small wooden footbridge over the creek. Their group was quiet too. The kids looked spooked. One of the chaperones from their group, a mom I didn't know, was talking in a low, urgent voice to their teacher. I edged closer to listen. She was saying that a few minutes ago, back down the trail, they'd all heard it. A child crying. Not one of our kids. A little kid, sobbing somewhere deep in the woods. They'd stopped, called out, "Hello?" But the crying just continued, not getting closer, not getting farther away. It was just this steady, miserable weeping. One of the teachers had even taken a few steps off the trail to look, but there was no one. And then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The silence rushed back in, deeper than before. Hearing that just confirmed everything for me. I wasn't crazy. Something was in these woods with us, and it wasn't right. The teachers decided it was time to head back. The mood had shifted completely. The joking and shoving were gone. Everyone was tense, walking quickly, looking over their shoulders. The silence was still absolute, pressing in on us. It felt like the trees themselves were holding their breath. When we got back to the lodge, the relief was immediate, but it was short-lived. We were all talking at once, a jumble of scared voices. The chaperone from the other group, the one who had heard the crying, was showing someone the camera she'd brought. It was one of those old disposable film cameras. She'd taken a picture of their group on the trail just before they heard the crying. She got the film developed a week later, and she brought the photo to school to show the teacher. Someone made a copy, and it got passed around. I saw it. It was a normal photo of a bunch of kids standing on a path, smiling. But in the background, in the deep shadows between the trees, there was a dark blur. It was tall and narrow, and it wasn't a tree trunk. The person who took the photo swore there was nothing there when she snapped the picture, but in the photo, it was. A smudge of absolute black just standing there watching them, just like the thing I saw. That was the end of the field trip. We got on the buses and left. I never went back. For years afterward, I tried to find that nature reserve. I'd look at maps, search online. I asked my parents if they remembered the name, but they couldn't. I described it to them, the lodge, the Hemlock Loop Trail, the footbridge, but nothing ever matched up. It's like the place vanished. The closest I ever got was finding an old forum post from years ago where someone asked if anyone remembered a nature reserve in that area that closed down suddenly in the late 90s. The only reply was from another person who said they'd heard rumors that the official story was funding cuts, but the whispers were about something else, something that made the staff refuse to work there, something malevolent in the woods, and that word, malevolent, is the only one that fits. This wasn't a neutral thing. It felt bad, it felt watching, and it felt intelligent. This is the part that ties it all together for me, the thing that makes me sure it wasn't just my imagination. When I was really little, maybe 5 or 6, I saw a UFO. It was a classic saucer shape with lights, silent, hovering over a field behind our house. It didn't land, no little green men came out. It just hung there for a few minutes and then shot away faster than anything I'd ever seen. And the feeling I had, standing there in my pajamas, looking up at it. It was the exact same feeling I had in those woods. That overwhelming, skin-crawling sensation of being observed, studied. It wasn't a feeling of wonder. It was a feeling of violation, like something was peering into my head without my permission. The thing in the woods felt the same. It was that same observing presence, cold, detached, and utterly alien. I've spent a lot of time trying to rationalize it. A bear, no-hunter person, impossible. Mass hysteria, maybe, but I saw what I saw before anyone else was scared. The cold, the silence, the blur in the photo. It all lines up to form a picture of something I can't explain. I'm an adult now. I have a job, a mortgage, a normal life, but I still think about that day all the time. I don't go hiking anymore. I get nervous when it gets too quiet. And sometimes late at night, if I'm driving on a dark country road and I see a shadow between 2 trees, my heart starts to race and my hands grip the steering wheel tight, because I know with a certainty that chills me to my core that we are not alone in these woods. And whatever is out there with us, it knows how to hide, it knows how to watch, and it knows how to scare the living hell out of a bunch of 7th graders on a field trip. I saw it move, I felt the cold it brought with it, and I have never, ever been able to forget it. Story 7. The farm felt too big and too quiet with just me and my parents, Samuel and Henry. They were the noise, the life of the place. Their absence wasn't just an empty space. It was a presence itself, a heavy, sad silence that filled every room. We hadn't had a letter in months, not a single word. You try not to think the worst, but in the middle of the night, when the house is creaking and your mind is tired, that's all you can think. I was right on that edge of sleep, you know, where your thoughts are just nonsense and the world is fading away. The rain was a constant drumming, and the thunder was a low, grumbling animal far off in the distance. My room was pitch black, the kind of dark where you can't see your own hand in front of your face. That's when I heard it, Clara. It was just a whisper, but it cut through the storm noise like a knife. My eyes snapped open in the darkness. It was Samuel's voice. Not how he used to shout across the yard, but his voice all the same, quiet and close. My heart, which had been slow and sleepy, just slammed against my ribs. I held my breath, listening so hard my ears ached. Maybe it was the wind, I told myself. It was just the wind playing tricks. Then I heard it again. Clara. It was Henry this time. Henry's voice had a different tone, a little deeper, with a scratch to it from when he got sick as a boy. It was unmistakably him. This wasn't the wind. This was them. A crazy, wild hope shot through me. They were home. They'd come back. I pushed myself up on my elbows, peering into the absolute blackness of my room, my heart hammering so loud I could hear it in my ears. Samuel? Henry? I whispered back, my voice thin and shaky. That's when it happened. A sudden, sharp tug at the foot of the bed. and my quilt was ripped right off me. The cold night air hit my skin and I gasped, scrambling back against the headboard. That was Henry's trick. When we were kids and he wanted to wake me up, he wouldn't shake my shoulder. He'd just yank the covers off in one quick motion and stand there grinning. My mind was reeling. They were here. They were really here, playing a stupid, childish prank in the middle of a howling storm. And then the lightning flashed. It wasn't a distant flicker. It was a huge, brilliant fork that lit up my entire room for a full second, bleaching everything in a stark, white light. And in that single, frozen moment, I saw them. They were standing side by side at the foot of my bed, Samuel and Henry. They were in their Union uniforms, the blue coats I'd watched them put on with so much pride months ago. But the uniforms were ruined. Dark, wet stains soaked the front of their jackets, spreading out from their chests, their faces. God, their faces were pale, not like someone who's sick, but a flat, waxy white, like candles. Their eyes were open, but they didn't look right. They were too dark, like holes punched into their faces, and they were fixed right on me. They weren't smiling, they weren't frowning, they were just there, still, silent. The lightning vanished, plunging the room back into an even deeper, more suffocating blackness than before. I didn't think, I didn't process what I'd seen. A scream tore out of me, a raw, terrified sound I didn't even recognize as my own. I just kept screaming, scrambling backwards until I hit the wall, my feet kicking at the empty space where my quilt had been. I couldn't see them anymore, but I could feel them there. I could feel the cold that came off them, a deep, unnatural chill that had nothing to do with the storm outside. The door to my room burst open so hard it hit the wall. My father was there first, holding a flickering oil lamp high. The light from it jumped and danced, throwing crazy shadows everywhere. His face was a mask of panic. My mother was right behind him, her hand over her mouth, her eyes wide. "Clara! Good Lord, child, what is it?" My father shouted over the storm. I was sobbing, my whole body shaking so hard I could barely point. They were here. Samuel and Henry, at the foot of my bed. My father came closer, the lamplight pushing back the dark in my room. He looked around, his face grim and confused. "There's no one here, Clara. You had a nightmare, a bad one. It's this storm." "It wasn't a dream," I choked out. "I saw them in their uniforms." There was blood. Henry pulled my blanket off, just like he used to. My mother came and sat on the edge of the bed, pulling me into her arms. She was shaking too. "Shh, it's all right. It was just a dream, my love. Just a bad dream brought on by the storm and worrying." I could hear the unshed tears in her voice. She was trying to comfort me, but she was just as scared. My father stood there, holding the lamp, scanning the empty corners of my room. He looked tired, older than his years. "See? There's nothing here, just shadows." He let out a long breath. "Try to get some sleep. We're right down the hall." He turned to leave, and my mother gave me one last squeeze before following him. She pulled my door closed, leaving it open just a crack, the way I liked it when I was little. I was alone again, but the feeling was different. The cold wasn't just in the air anymore. It was inside me. I pulled my knees up to my chest, wrapping my arms around them, staring into the darkness where my brothers had been. I knew what I saw. I knew it. That's when the thunder came. It wasn't the low rumble from before. This was different. It was a single, enormous crack, so loud and so close it felt like the sky was splitting open right above our house. The sound was physical, a pressure that hit my ears and made the floorboards vibrate under my feet. The windows rattled violently in their frames, and then came the sound, a tearing, splintering, groaning noise from the other end of the house. It was a sound of wood breaking, of something huge and heavy giving way. It was followed by a tremendous crash that shook the entire foundation of the house. Dust sifted down from the ceiling onto my face. For a second, there was only the sound of the rain. Then my mother let out a short, sharp cry. I was out of my bed in an instant. my fear forgotten, replaced by a new, sharper terror. I ran out of my room and down the short hallway to my parents' bedroom. Their door was wide open. My father was standing just inside, the oil lamp in his hand, trembling so badly the light jumped and stuttered. My mother was beside him, her hands pressed to her cheeks. Their bed was gone. Where their big four-poster bed should have been was a nightmare. The entire corner of the roof was gone, ripped open to the storm. Rain was pouring in, a cold, relentless waterfall. And lying right in the middle of the room, angled through the shattered remains of the roof and the wall, was the massive, gnarled trunk of the old, dead maple tree from the yard. Its branches, like skeletal arms, were splayed out across the floor, having utterly demolished the bed. The mattress and blankets were shredded, buried under splintered wood and wet leaves. The headboard was in two pieces. The tree had fallen directly onto their bed. I stood there, frozen in the hallway, the cold from the rain-soaked room washing over me. My parents were just standing there, staring at the destruction. My father slowly lowered the lamp. If I hadn't screamed, if they hadn't come running into my room, they would have been in that bed. They would have been asleep. The tree would have crashed down right on top of them. There was no doubt in my mind. They would have been killed instantly. We didn't sleep the rest of that night. We huddled in the kitchen, wrapped in blankets, listening to the rain pour into the ruined bedroom. No one said much. What was there to say? We just sat there, the three of us, in a state of shock. The storm eventually passed, and a grim, grey dawn broke. It was weeks later when the official notice came. A man on a tired-looking horse, with a solemn face and a crisp envelope. My father took it, his hands steady, but I saw the way his jaw tightened. He read it silently, then handed it to my mother. She made a small, broken sound and sank into a chair. Samuel and Henry, killed in action, 2 months ago, at a place called Shiloh. 2 months. The date on the letter was seared into my mind. They had been gone, long gone on that stormy night. They were already in the ground somewhere in Tennessee when I saw them at the foot of my bed. I never talked about it much after that. My parents never brought it up either. It was too big, too strange. We fixed the roof, cleared away the tree, and got a new bed. Life on the farm went on, as it always does. But I knew. I've always known. They didn't come back to scare me. They didn't come back as some mournful haunting. They came back for one reason. Henry yanked my blanket, his old signal, to wake me up. They made me see them, made me scream, to pull our parents out of their bedroom. They used the last bit of whatever they were, whatever is left after this life, to cross some impossible distance and save Ma and Pa. I think about them often, my 2 brave brothers. I think about them standing there in their torn and bloody uniforms, silent and pale, using the last echo of themselves, not for rest, but for us. And sometimes, on a quiet night, I can still feel that sudden cold tug at my feet, and I know it wasn't a goodbye. It was a warning, and I am here, and my parents lived to be old because of it. I don't understand it. I can't explain it. I just know it's true. Story 8. I was on the late shift, which meant I started around 2 in the afternoon and was supposed to finish by 10 at night. The ward I was on that day was mostly elderly patients, some with dementia, others just recovering from surgeries. It's not the easiest job, but I love it. Or I did, until this happened. That afternoon, things were pretty normal. I was doing my rounds, checking vitals, making small talk with patients who were awake. The light was starting to fade outside, casting long shadows down the hallways, and the usual hospital sounds were there. The beeping of monitors, the distant murmur of voices, the squeak of my shoes on the linoleum floor. I remember feeling tired but okay, just counting down the hours until I could go home and crash. Then, around 6 in the evening, I heard it, a scream that cut through everything else. It wasn't the kind of noise you hear often in a hospital, not like someone in pain or confused. This was pure, raw terror. It came from room 204, which was down the hall from the nurse's station. I dropped what I was doing and ran, my heart already hammering in my chest. When I pushed the door open, I saw Mrs. Higgins. She's one of our regulars, a sweet old lady in her 80s who's usually calm and lucid. But right then, she was sitting bolt upright in bed, her eyes wide, pointing at the corner of the room. She was shaking so hard the bed was rattling. I rushed over to her, trying to keep my voice steady. "Mrs. Higgins, it's okay. I'm here. What's wrong?" She grabbed my arm, her grip surprisingly strong, and her words came out in a frantic whisper. He was there, the man with the bag over his head. He was watching me. Her eyes were fixed on that corner, like she could still see him. I followed her gaze, but there was nothing there, just the shadow from the IV stand and the faint light from the hallway seeping under the door. The room felt colder than usual, and I could see her breath misting a little in the air, which was weird because the heating was on. I wrapped a blanket around her shoulders and stayed with her, talking softly until she calmed down. She kept insisting she'd seen him, this figure with a sack or something covering his head, just standing there motionless, staring at her. I've dealt with patients hallucinating before, especially with meds or fatigue, but something about the way she said it, the detail, the fear in her voice, it got under my skin. After about 20 minutes, she drifted off to sleep, and I stepped out into the hallway to catch my breath. My colleague Sarah, we've worked together for years, was there, looking just as shaken. She'd heard the scream too and had come to check. We stood there for a moment, not saying much, just listening to the quiet hum of the hospital. That's when we both saw it. Down the hall, near the end where the old surgical wing starts, there's a set of double doors that are always locked. They lead to a part of the building that's been closed off for years, something about asbestos or structural issues, I don't remember exactly. But those doors are heavy, metal, and they take a good shove to open even when they're unlocked. We saw a shadowy figure, just a dark shape moving toward them. It wasn't walking like a person, it was more of a glide, smooth and silent. Then, without slowing down, it passed right through the doors. Not like it opened them. It went straight through, like they weren't even there. I felt my blood run cold. Sarah grabbed my arm, her fingers digging in. "Did you see that?" she whispered, her voice trembling. I just nodded, unable to speak. We both stood there, frozen, for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds. The hallway was empty again, but the air felt thick, heavy, like after a storm. I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears, and my hands were clammy. We walked slowly toward the doors, half expecting something to jump out at us. When we got there, the doors were still locked, the padlock hanging in place. I reached out and touched the metal. It was cold, solid. There was no way anyone could have opened them that fast, let alone pass through without making a sound. We didn't say much after that. We just went back to the nurse's station, both of us trying to act normal, but I could see the fear in Sarah's eyes, and I'm sure she saw it in mine. The rest of the shift dragged on, every little noise making me jump. I kept glancing down that hallway, half expecting to see the figure again. Around 9 o'clock, I went to check on Mrs. Higgins one more time. She was still asleep, but her room felt off, colder than the rest of the ward, and there was this faint smell like damp earth or something old and forgotten. I didn't stay long. When I finally clocked out at 10, I practically ran to my car. Driving home, I couldn't shake the image of that shadow gliding through the doors. I've replayed it in my head over and over, trying to find a logical explanation, a trick of the light maybe, or someone playing a prank. But I know what I saw, and Sarah saw it too. We've talked about it since, and both of us agree it wasn't anything human. That hospital has a history, you know. During the war, it was used for soldiers, and there are stories about patients who never left. I'd heard whispers from other staff about odd things, Footsteps when no one's there, lights flickering, voices in empty rooms, but I'd always brushed them off. Now, I'm not so sure. That day changed something in me. I'm more jumpy at work, especially when I'm alone on the ward. Sometimes I'll catch a movement out of the corner of my eye, but when I turn, there's nothing there. I don't know what that figure was or why it was there, but I can't forget it. And Mrs. Higgins, she never mentioned it again, but every time I see her, she gives me this look like she knows something I don't. I wish I could explain it, but I can't. It's just one of those things that haunts you, I guess. Story 9. I live in a brand new house. Well, it was brand new when we moved in 2 years ago. It's not some creepy old Victorian with a tragic history. It's a beige-sided subdivision house, the kind that sprung up on what used to be a cornfield. There's a homeowners association that gets upset if you don't bring your garbage cans in fast enough. It's the last place you'd expect any of this. That's what makes it so much worse. It started with the smell. About 3 months ago, I woke up and the house just smelled sour. Not like rotten food or a dead mouse. I know those smells. This was different. It was thick and acidic, like spoiled milk mixed with vinegar and something else, something metallic. It was strongest in the hallway between the bedrooms, but it would just appear in different rooms for no reason. I'd be watching TV in the living room, and a wave of it would hit me, so strong it would make my eyes water. Then it would be gone 10 minutes later. I tore the house apart. I cleaned out every cupboard, pulled the fridge out, checked the vents, even went up into the attic crawl space. Nothing. No dead animals, no leaks, no explanation. Just this horrible invasive stench. Then the cat started acting weird. I have two, a big orange tabby and a little black one. They're usually glued to me, especially at night. They'd sleep on the bed, a warm, purring lump between my feet, but they stopped. Completely. When I'd go to bed, they'd just sit in the doorway of the bedroom and stare in, not at me, just at the room. Their ears would be flat, and they'd make this low, uneasy, chattering sound in their throats. If I tried to pick one up and bring him to bed, he'd go stiff and then scramble out of my arms like I was holding him over a fire. They started sleeping in the basement, curled up together on an old chair down there. They only come upstairs to eat and use the litter box, and even then, they're jumpy, their eyes darting around like they're watching something I can't see. That's when I started noticing the other stuff, the little things you try to explain away. I'd get up to get a glass of water in the middle of the night, and the TV in the living room would be on, casting a blue glow on the walls. I knew I'd turned it off. I'm obsessive about it because of the electricity bill, or I'd walk into the kitchen and the under-cabinet lights would be on, even though the switch was off. I'd flip it on and off a few times, thinking it was a wiring fault. I bought a cheap security camera, just a little indoor one, to see if I could catch what the cats were doing at night. I set it up in the living room, pointing down the hallway towards the bedrooms. The first few nights, nothing. Then I started reviewing the footage. My blood went cold. At 2:17 in the morning, the lamp on the side table in the living room flicked on. It's one of those lamps with a pull chain. The video is clear as day. The room is dark, and then the lamp is just on. The chain isn't moving. Nothing is near it. A few minutes later, it flicked off. Then, at 3:41, the TV screen lit up. No sound, just that bright blue no-signal screen flooding the room for about 30 seconds before it went black again. I felt like I was going to be sick. It wasn't a wiring issue. Something was in my house, moving through it, touching my things. I tried to be rational. I had an electrician come out. He checked everything, tested all the outlets, looked at the circuit breaker. He said everything was up to code and perfectly normal. He couldn't find a single thing wrong. He asked if I had any old appliances that might be causing a power surge. I didn't. When he left, I just stood in my quiet, sunny living room and felt more alone and terrified than I ever have in my life. That was the day I decided to try and talk to it. It sounds stupid, saying it now, but I was desperate. I'd read online that sometimes you just have to tell them to leave. So, one evening I walked through the house, my voice shaking, and I said, "You're not welcome here. This is my home. You need to move on. Please just move on." For a couple of days, I thought it worked. The smell seemed fainter. The cats ventured a little further into the living room. I let myself hope. It was the cruelest thing that could have happened, that little bit of hope, because it came back worse. The smell returned, stronger than ever, so potent now that I sometimes have to breathe through my mouth. The TV started turning on during the day when I was right there in the room. I'd be reading a book and hear the click and the low hum of the screen powering up. I'd jump, my heart hammering against my ribs, and fumble for the remote to turn it off. The lamp in my bedroom started doing it too. I'd wake up in the middle of the night and the room would be lit by that soft yellow light. I started sleeping with the main overhead light on, like a scared child. But the worst of it, the thing that truly broke me, started about 2 weeks ago. The orbs. My bedroom has a big window that looks out into the backyard. It's usually just a square of blackness at night. I first saw them on a Thursday. I'd woken up around 3 in the morning, which was becoming normal for me. I was just lying there, staring at the ceiling, trying to ignore the faint sour smell in the air, when I saw a light out of the corner of my eye. I turned my head towards the window. There were little balls of light, about the size of marbles, drifting past the glass. They were a soft, milky white, and they seemed to glow from within. They weren't reflecting light. They were making it. At first, I thought they were fireflies, but it's the wrong time of year for that. And they were too big, too. Deliberate. They moved in a slow, flowing group like a school of fish. They'd come from the left side of the window, float all the way across the pane of glass, and disappear to the right. Then, a minute or so later, another group would follow the exact same path. I lay there, frozen, my fingers clutching the blanket so hard my knuckles ached. I couldn't look away. This wasn't a flickering light or a TV turning on. This was something alive, intelligent. They kept coming, group after group, for almost 2 hours. As soon as the digital clock on my nightstand flipped to 5 o'clock, they stopped. The window was just black again. The next night they were back, and the night after that, it became a routine, my horrible, terrifying new routine. I'd wake up just before 3, my body somehow knowing, and I'd lie there and watch them. I felt like they knew I was watching. It was a show just for me. Last night was the pinnacle of it all. The night everything came to a head. I'd spent the whole day on edge. The smell was so bad in the afternoon that I had to open the windows even though it was cold outside. The cats wouldn't come out of the basement at all. I tried to watch a movie to distract myself, but the TV clicked on and off 3 times during the first half hour. I finally just gave up and turned it off at the wall outlet. I went to bed early, exhausted, but sleep wouldn't come. I just lay there in the glow of the overhead light, waiting. I must have dozed off, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake. It was 2:58. The house was silent, but the air felt heavy, charged, like before a thunderstorm. The sour smell was so thick I could taste it at the back of my throat. I knew they were coming. I turned my head slowly on the pillow and looked at the window. The first group of orbs drifted by, then another. They seemed brighter tonight, more numerous. I counted 12 in one group. They moved with that same slow, fluid motion. I don't know how long I watched them. Time doesn't feel real in those moments. Then something changed. The orbs stopped in the middle of the window. They didn't drift past. They just hung there, suspended in the air outside my second-story window. They started to swirl around each other, slowly at first, then faster, forming a glowing, swirling vortex of light. The light began to pulse, getting brighter and dimmer, in a rhythm that felt like a heartbeat. I pushed myself up on my elbows, my breath caught in my chest. This was new. This was different. As I watched, the swirling mass of light began to press against the window, not hard, but I saw the glass flex inward slightly, bowing under the pressure. A low hum filled the room, a vibration that started in my teeth and worked its way into my bones. It was a sound you feel more than you hear. The window panes started to frost over. I'm not talking about a little condensation. Thick, white, feathery frost spread from the center outwards, crawling across the glass until I couldn't see the backyard anymore. The temperature in the room plummeted. My breath plumed in the air in front of me, lit by the frantic, pulsing light from the other side of the frosted glass. The hum got louder, becoming a high-pitched whine that made my ears ache. The frost on the window began to crack, forming a spiderweb of fine lines. I could feel a pressure building in the room, pushing down on me, making it hard to breathe. The sour smell was overwhelming, filling my nose, my mouth, my lungs. I was choking on it. I was beyond terrified. This wasn't just a haunting anymore. This was an assault. This thing, whatever it was trying to get in. I don't know what came over me. Panic, maybe, or a last desperate shred of defiance. I threw the covers off and stood up on shaky legs. The floor was ice cold under my bare feet. I took a stumbling step towards the window, towards that swirling, pulsing mass of hostile light. "Stop!" I screamed, my voice raw and cracking. "Get away from my house! Leave me alone!" The second the words left my mouth, everything stopped. The humming cut out. The light from the orbs vanished instantly, plunging the room into the relative dim of my overhead light. The pressure in the room disappeared, and the frost on the window began to melt, sliding down the glass in rivulets. Silence. A deep, profound and heavy silence. I stood there, trembling from head to toe, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. I could still taste the sourness. I could still feel the cold. And then, from the hallway, came a single clear sound. Click. I flinched, wrapping my arms around myself. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to know. But I had to. I forced myself to turn my head. The lamp in my bedroom was on, the one with the pull chain. It was on, casting its warm yellow light onto the empty bed. I just stood there in the middle of my room, frozen. It wasn't a victory. It wasn't them moving on. It was an answer, a message. I'm still here, and I can do whatever I want. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I sat on the floor with my back against the wall, just watching the lamp. It's still on now. I'm too afraid to turn it off. The sun is coming up, the house is getting lighter, but the smell is still here. It's always here. The cats are still hiding. I can hear the TV in the living room click on and off every now and then. I don't know what to do. I don't know if they're ghosts or something else. I don't know if there's a dead rat in the walls causing the smell and I'm just losing my mind. But I saw those orbs. I felt that cold. I heard that hum. It's my house, but it's not my home anymore. It hasn't been for a long time. And after last night, I don't think it ever will be again. I'm just living in it, waiting for 3 o'clock to come around, waiting for the show to start again, knowing that next time the window might not hold. Story 10. Okay, so I've never been one to believe in all that supernatural stuff you hear about online, but what happened to me the other day has me so shaken up I can't even sleep properly anymore. I live out in the country, right on the edge of these dense woods that stretch for miles. It's always been peaceful here, you know? The kind of place where you leave your doors unlocked, and the worst thing you worry about is a raccoon getting into the trash. But that changed real fast. It started with my chickens. I've got about a dozen of them in a coop behind the house, and I've never had any real trouble with predators. Sometimes a fox or a hawk might snatch one, but it's usually messy, feathers everywhere, blood, signs of a struggle. But this was different. I went out to feed them one morning, and I found 3 of them dead in the run. Their legs were just snapped. Clean breaks, like someone had taken a pair of pliers and just twisted them until the bones gave way, but there was no blood, no feathers scattered around, no scratches in the dirt. It was like they just laid down and died without a fight. That creeped me out right away, because chickens aren't quiet animals. If something was attacking them, they'd be squawking and flapping all over the place, but there was nothing, just silence. I spent the whole morning trying to figure out what could have done it. I thought maybe it was a dog or something, but dogs don't just break legs and leave the rest untouched. And the woods have always felt safe to me, but now I was starting to get this uneasy feeling in my gut. So I decided to set up a couple of trail cameras around the coop and the edge of the woods. I've used them before to watch for deer, so I know how they work. I placed one facing the coop from a tree about 20 feet away, and another aimed deeper into the woods where I thought whatever it was might be coming from. I made sure they were secure, batteries full, memory cards empty. I remember thinking, okay, this'll show me what's going on, and I felt a little better about it. The next part is where things got really weird. I checked the cameras the following day and they were gone, just vanished. No sign of them anywhere. The straps were still on the trees, but the cameras themselves were ripped off. At first I thought maybe someone stole them. But who'd come all the way out here, and why take just the cameras without messing with anything else? My heart started pounding because this wasn't adding up. I walked around the area looking for clues, and I found one of the memory cards lying in the grass near the woods. It was cracked open, like something had crushed it. That's when I knew I had to go into the woods myself. I don't know why I felt so compelled. Maybe it was anger or curiosity or just plain stupidity, but I grabbed a heavy flashlight and a pocket knife, and I headed in. The woods have always been a part of my life. I've walked these trails since I was a kid, and I know them like the back of my hand, or at least I thought I did. That day everything felt off from the moment I stepped under the canopy. The air was still, too still. Normally there's birds chirping, squirrels rustling in the leaves, but it was dead silent, not a sound. It was like someone had hit the mute button on the world. My own breathing sounded way too loud, and I could feel my pulse thumping in my ears. I kept telling myself, it's just your imagination, calm down. But my body wasn't listening. Every little crack of a twig under my feet made me jump. I was following what I thought was a familiar path, one I've taken 100 times to check for fallen branches or to just clear my head. But after about 10 minutes of walking, I realized I wasn't where I was supposed to be. The trees started thinning out, and up ahead, I saw a clearing that shouldn't be there. I mean, I've mapped this area in my head for years, and there's no clearing in this spot. It's all thick oak and pine, with underbrush so dense you can't see more than a few feet in. But here was this open space, about the size of a small backyard, just sitting there like it had always been there. The ground was bare dirt, no grass, no leaves, like something had scraped it clean. And in the middle of it, I saw one of my trail cameras. It was smashed to pieces. The plastic casing was cracked open, the lens shattered, and the insides were all exposed and broken. It looked like it had been stomped on by something heavy. I stood there at the edge of the clearing, just staring. And that's when the fear really hit me. It wasn't just the silence anymore. It was this overwhelming sense that I wasn't alone. I couldn't see anything moving, but I felt like something was watching me from the trees. My skin started crawling, and I had this urge to turn around and run, but my feet felt glued to the ground. I remember my hands getting sweaty, and I tightened my grip on the flashlight like it was some kind of weapon. I took a step into the clearing, and the silence got even deeper. It was so quiet, I could hear the blood rushing in my head. I bent down to look at the smashed camera, and that's when I noticed something else. The dirt around it was disturbed, like something had been dragged through it, but there were no clear footprints, just vague marks that didn't look like any animal I know. I don't know how long I stood there, maybe a minute or two, but it felt like hours. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it all. What could have done this? Why take the cameras and leave one here smashed? And why was there a clearing where there shouldn't be one? I started feeling lightheaded, and my chest got tight, like I couldn't breathe properly. That's when I heard it, a soft rustling sound from the trees behind me. It wasn't loud, but in that silence, it was like a gunshot. I spun around, shining the flashlight into the woods, but I didn't see anything, just shadows and more trees. But the feeling of being watched intensified, and I knew I had to get out of there now. I didn't think twice. I turned and ran. I didn't care about the path or where I was going. I just ran back the way I thought I came. Branches whipped against my face and arms, scratching me, but I didn't feel the pain. All I felt was this raw, primal fear pushing me forward. My heart was hammering so hard, I thought it would burst out of my chest, and my legs felt like jelly. But I kept going. I stumbled over roots and rocks, but I didn't stop. I could hear my own ragged breathing, and behind me, I thought I heard something moving, a heavy, dragging sound, but I didn't look back. I couldn't. I just focused on getting to the edge of the woods where my house was. When I finally broke out of the trees and saw my backyard, I almost collapsed from relief. I ran to the house, fumbled with the keys, and slammed the door shut behind me. I locked it and leaned against it, gasping for air. My whole body was trembling, and I was drenched in sweat. I peered out the window towards the woods, but everything looked normal, just trees and shadows. But that feeling of being watched didn't go away. It followed me inside. That was earlier today, and since then, I haven't been able to shake this dread. I tried to go about my evening, made some food, watched TV, but I couldn't concentrate. Every little noise made me jump. As it got dark, I closed all the curtains, but I still feel like something's out there, staring at me through the bedroom window. I'm sitting here in my room now, writing this because I need to get it out, and I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I see that clearing and the smashed camera, and I hear that silence. It's like it's burned into my brain. I keep looking at the window, half expecting to see a face or something, but there's nothing, just the dark. But I know it's there. I can feel it, and I don't know what to do. I've never been so scared in my life, and I have no explanation for any of it. All I know is that something is in those woods, and it's not done with me yet. Story 11. It was October of 2016, and the air had that crisp, cold bite that gets right into your bones. I was 22, living with a couple of friends in a crappy apartment near Amherst, and we were deep into that phase where exploring abandoned places was the coolest thing we could do with our weekends. We'd hit a few spots already, an old factory, a closed-down motel, but the big one, the one everyone whispered about, was the Belchertown State School. We'd read the stories online, the usual stuff. That it was an old asylum for people they called feeble-minded back in the day, a place with a real dark history of mistreatment and neglect, that it had been closed for decades and was just rotting away. And of course, the ghost stories. Shadows in windows, voices in empty halls, the whole deal. We laughed about it mostly. We were young and stupid and thought we were invincible. It was just a building, right? That Saturday, the three of us piled into my beat-up Honda Civic around 4 in the afternoon. There was me and my two buddies. We didn't really plan it. It was one of those lazy days where someone just said, "You want to go check out Belchertown today?" And an hour later, we were on the road. The drive wasn't long, maybe 40 minutes, but the mood in the car shifted the closer we got. The joking around died down. We stopped talking about movies and games and just listened to the music. The sky was starting to get that deep, late afternoon gray, the kind that promises an early night. We pulled off the main road onto this narrow, cracked lane that was more pothole than pavement. The trees were thick and bare, their branches clawing at the sky. We found a place to ditch the car a little ways down, tucked off behind some bushes so it wouldn't be obvious. Getting out of the car was like stepping into a different world. The silence was the first thing that hit me. It wasn't a peaceful quiet. It was heavy, thick. It felt like the woods were holding their breath. We started walking up the overgrown path towards the main building. The air was cold and still, and our breath plumed out in front of us. The place came into view through the trees, and it was massive. Just this huge, hulking brick monster of a building with rows of broken windows like dead eyes staring out. The roof was sagging in places, and there was graffiti sprayed on the walls. But it didn't make the place feel any less imposing. It just felt sad and angry. The main entrance was boarded up tight with thick plywood, but we'd read online about a side door around back that was usually accessible. We trudged through the dead leaves, the crunching under our boots sounding impossibly loud in that silence. We weren't talking anymore. We were just walking single file, our eyes darting around. The feeling of being watched was immediate and intense. It wasn't a vague sensation, it was a physical pressure on the back of my neck, like someone was standing right behind me. We found the side door. It was a heavy metal thing, rusted and streaked with grime, and it was slightly ajar, just enough to squeeze through. The inside was what you'd expect, but 1,000 times worse in person. The smell hit me first, a cocktail of damp rot, mold, and something else, something sour and metallic that I couldn't place. It was cold, way colder than it was outside, the kind of cold that seeps into your jacket and your jeans and just sits there. We had flashlights, but the beams just seemed to get swallowed by the darkness. The floor was littered with chunks of fallen ceiling, broken glass, and shredded insulation that hung from the walls like grey guts. We were in what must have been a main hallway. Doors lined both sides, some open, some closed, most of them missing altogether. I shined my light into one of the rooms, and my stomach turned. There was still a metal bed frame bolted to the floor, and a stained, rotting mattress. On the wall, right next to where the bed was, someone had scratched words into the plaster. I couldn't make them all out, but I saw "help" and "God." I looked away fast. We moved slowly, our footsteps echoing in a way that felt wrong. The building was a maze, long hallways that branched off into more hallways, stairwells that led to pitch-black upper floors. We stuck to the ground floor. None of us had the guts to go up. The air felt heavier the further in we went, harder to breathe. It was like the sadness of the place had a physical weight to it. My one friend, he was the one who always had to lighten the mood, he pulled out his phone. "Let's get some pictures," he whispered, his voice tight. He started taking photos with the flash on. The bursts of light were blinding in the darkness, freezing moments of the decay. We huddled around his screen as he flipped through them. The first few were just what we were seeing, crumbling walls, debris. Then he got to one he'd taken down a long hallway. Floating in the middle of the corridor, right where we had just been standing, were 3 perfect bright white orbs. They weren't dust spots. The flash would have lit those up differently. These were solid, self-contained balls of light, just hanging in the air. We all saw them. No one said anything for a second. Then my other friend just muttered, "What the hell?" We tried to rationalize it. A reflection, a lens flare, but we couldn't recreate it. We took more pictures in the same spot, and nothing. Just that one photo, with those 3 perfect orbs suspended in the darkness. A cold knot tightened in my chest. This wasn't fun anymore. We decided to get out of there. The atmosphere had changed. The initial thrill was gone, completely replaced by a deep, gnawing dread. We started heading back the way we came, or at least we thought we did. Every hallway looked the same. The building seemed to shift around us. I remember feeling a genuine panicky claustrophobia, like the walls were slowly closing in. We finally found a door that led outside, but it wasn't the one we came in through. It opened onto a large, overgrown courtyard, surrounded by the decaying wings of the building. The sun was almost down now, and the last of the daylight was a dull orange smear on the horizon. The moon was already out, a pale, thin crescent in the darkening sky. We just stood there for a minute, gulping in the cold, fresh air, relieved to be out of that oppressive interior. That's when I saw it. I was looking up at the main building at one of the upper floors, a row of broken windows, and in one of them, for just a split second, a silhouette was framed against the moon. It was stark black, featureless, but it was undeniably a person-shaped shadow. It was tall and thin, and it was just standing there, looking down at us. It wasn't a trick of the light. It wasn't a pile of rags or a piece of hanging debris. It had the clear, defined shape of a human form, and it was in a window that from the outside looked completely inaccessible, filled with rubble and ruin. My blood went cold. I mean, literally, I felt a wave of ice wash through my veins. I couldn't even speak. I just pointed, my hand trembling. My friends followed my gaze, but by the time they looked, it was gone. The window was empty. They didn't see it. I tried to tell them what I saw, but my words came out in a jumbled, breathless rush. There was someone in the window, looking at us. They believed me. I could see it in their faces. The color had drained from them too. We all stood there, frozen, staring up at that dark, empty window. The world was utterly silent. No wind, no cars in the distance, no birds, nothing. And then we heard it. From the far side of the courtyard, from the tree line where the woods began, came the sound of footsteps. Heavy, deliberate footsteps. But they were wrong. They weren't the crisp crunch of someone walking. This was a dragging sound. Crunch. Shh. Thump. Crunch. Shh. Thump. It was the sound of someone, or something, taking a step with one foot and then dragging the other foot through the thick carpet of dead leaves. It was slow, purposeful, and it was getting closer. We couldn't see anything. The trees were a solid wall of shadow, but we could hear it, moving parallel to the tree line, coming in our direction. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it would burst. My legs felt like they were made of water. I looked at my friends, and their eyes were wide with pure, unadulterated terror. This wasn't a game. This wasn't a story. This was real. The dragging footsteps kept coming. Crunch, shithump, crunch, shithump. It was moving at a steady, unhurried pace, like it had all the time in the world, and it knew we weren't going anywhere. The sound was maybe 50 feet away now, then 40, then 30. We were huddled together, backs against the cold brick of the building, completely exposed. We had nowhere to run except back inside, and there was no way in hell any of us were going back in there. The sound was 20 feet away, just on the other side of a large, overgrown bush at the edge of the courtyard. We were holding our breath. I could feel my friend's whole body shaking next to mine. This was it. Whatever was making that sound was about to step out from behind that bush, and we were going to see it. Crunch. Shh, thump. It was right there. The sound was so close I could almost feel the vibration through the ground. And then it stopped. Just like that. The dragging footsteps ceased. There was no final step. No rustle of leaves as it moved away. It just stopped, right on the other side of that bush. The silence that followed was 1,000 times worse than the sound had been. It was a listening silence. It felt like the entire world was waiting. My ears were straining, trying to pick up any sound, breathing, a whisper, anything. But there was nothing, just that heavy, waiting quiet. I don't know how long we stood there. Maybe 10 seconds, maybe a minute. It felt like an eternity. We were paralyzed. Then one of my friends let out this choked, gasping sound, and that broke the spell. We ran. We didn't look back. We didn't say a word. We just ran, scrambling and stumbling through the courtyard, around the side of the building, back towards the path. I've never run so fast in my life. It was a blind, panicked sprint. Branches whipped at my face and tore at my clothes, but I didn't feel a thing. The only thing in my mind was the need to get to the car, to get off that property, to get back to lights and people and normalcy. We crashed through the bushes and saw my car. We fumbled with the doors, our hands shaking so badly we could barely get the keys in the lock. We piled in, and I turned the ignition, my foot slamming the gas pedal to the floor before my door was even fully closed. The tires spun on the wet leaves, then caught, and we shot forward down that dark, narrow lane. We didn't speak for the first 5 minutes. We were just breathing, hard and ragged, like we'd just surfaced from deep underwater. Then, one of my friends let out this weird, high-pitched laugh. It was a nervous, hysterical sound, and then we all started laughing. It wasn't happy laughter. It was the kind of laughing you do when you've been so terrified that your body doesn't know what else to do. We were laughing and shaking, and I had to pull over for a second because my vision was blurry, with tears of relief and leftover fear. We talked about it all the way home, our words tumbling over each other. The orbs, the silhouette, the footsteps. Trying to make sense of it, trying to find some logical explanation, but we couldn't. There wasn't one. That was years ago. I've never gone back to a place like that since. I can't even watch horror movies anymore. They feel too real. Sometimes, when it's really quiet at night and I'm taking the trash out or something, I'll hear the wind rustling the leaves in the trees, and my heart will just stop for a second. I'll freeze, listening, waiting to hear that specific, terrible rhythm again. Crunch, thump. I never saw what was on the other side of that bush. I don't know what it was. A person? Something else? I don't know, but I know it was there. I know it saw us, and I know it stopped right before it reached us and just listened. That's the part that haunts me the most, not the sound of it coming, but the silence of it stopping. The feeling that it was just standing there watching us, deciding what to do next. I still don't know why it let us go. Story 12. Let's go for a walk to the water, she said. I didn't need any convincing. The air was cool, not cold, the kind that feels clean in your lungs. There was a bit of a path that cut through a small patch of woods between our rental and the beach. It wasn't a deep, scary forest or anything, just a strip of trees you'd walk through without a second thought during the day. At night it was darker, the canopy blotting out a lot of the moonlight, but it was a short walk. We could see the glimmer of the lake through the trees, so it wasn't claustrophobic. We were talking in low voices, not because we were scared, but because the quiet of the night almost demanded it. Our footsteps were loud on the gravel path, crunch, crunch, crunch. The only real sound besides our murmuring. We came out onto the beach. It wasn't a sandy ocean beach, more of a grassy slope that led down to a narrow strip of sand, and then the water. The lake was huge, like an inland sea, and it was perfectly still. The moon was out, casting a long, shimmering path across the black water. It was so peaceful it felt like we were the only two people left on Earth. We found a weathered wooden bench, the paint peeling off in long curls, and we sat down side by side, just soaking it in. I had my arm around her, and she was leaning her head on my shoulder. We weren't talking anymore, just listening to the gentle lapping of the water against the shore. That was the calm. That's the part I try to remember, but it always gets swallowed by what came next. It started with a sound so distant I wasn't sure I'd heard it at all. I felt my girlfriend's body tense up next to mine. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. We both sat perfectly still, not even breathing. Then it came again. A scream, but it wasn't a scream of pain or fear. It was guttural, a raw, manly scream that sounded like it was being torn from someone's chest, followed immediately by this broken, weeping cry. It echoed over the water, making it impossible to tell where it was coming from. It could have been 100 meters away or 500. The sound was so full of pure, unfiltered anguish that it made my stomach clench. It was the sound of a complete mental breakdown, the kind of noise you associate with someone finding out their whole family has died. We looked at each other, and I saw my own alarm reflected in her wide eyes. The perfect silence of the night was now this vast, empty amphitheater for this one horrible sound. "Maybe it's just some drunk guy," I said, but my voice was thin, unconvincing. Drunk people yell and laugh. They don't sound like their soul is being shredded. The scream came again, closer this time. There was no mistaking it. The direction was clearer now. It was coming from down the beach, from the same direction we'd have to walk to get back to the path home. "Let's go," I said, and we both stood up at the same time. We started walking back, quickening our pace from a walk to a fast walk, our comfortable silence now a tense, listening silence. The crunch of our feet on the gravel path leading away from the beach seemed deafeningly loud. We were maybe 50 meters into the trees when the scream ripped through the air again, so loud and so close it felt like it was right behind us. That's when we started to run. It wasn't a full-on sprint at first, more of a panicked jog. My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat matching our footfalls. We were holding hands, our grip so tight it was painful. The trees seemed to press in on us, branches grabbing at our clothes like bony fingers. Every shadow was a person. Every rustle of leaves was footsteps. We were just focused on getting to the asphalt road that marked the edge of the residential area. That was safety. Streetlights, houses, cars, civilization. We burst out of the tree line onto the road, both of us panting. We stopped, bending over with our hands on our knees, trying to catch our breath. The screaming had stopped. The only sounds were our ragged breathing and the thumping of my own pulse in my ears. The street was quiet, bathed in the orange glow of the lamps. It felt like a different world. "See?" I gasped, trying to sound brave. "It's fine, he's gone." We stood there for a minute, maybe two, just listening. Nothing. The fear began to recede, replaced by a shaky embarrassment. We'd just run like scared children from a noise. We started walking again, this time at a normal pace, following the curve of the road that would lead us back to our street. We were still holding hands, but the grip was looser. That's when the crying started again. It was softer this time, more of a choked, miserable sobbing. It was faint, but it was definitely there, coming from the general direction of the woods we'd just fled. We stopped walking to listen, and as soon as we stopped, the crying stopped too. We looked at each other. A coincidence. It had to be. We started walking again. After a few steps, the sobbing resumed. A little louder now. It was a horrible, wet, gasping sound. We stopped dead in our tracks. Silence. My mouth went dry. This wasn't a coincidence. This was a pattern. "Keep walking," I whispered, my voice tight. We did. Step, step, step. And with each step, the crying seemed to get a fraction louder, a fraction closer. It was following the rhythm of our movement. We'd walk. It would get closer. We'd pause. It would pause. It was playing a game with us, a horrible, terrifying game of red light, green light. We picked up the pace, now speed walking, our eyes fixed on the distant turn-off to our rental. The crying kept pace, growing in volume until it was no longer just sobbing, but that same raw, screaming cry from the beach. It was right at the tree line now, just beyond the ditch that ran alongside the road. We were in the open, under the streetlights, but it felt like no protection at all. The sound was so loud, so full of rage and pain, it felt like it was inside my head. I couldn't help it. I had to look. I had to know what was making that sound. I glanced over my shoulder, back toward the dark wall of trees and shrubs, and I saw it. In the middle of the field that separated the road from the woods, maybe 30 meters behind us, was a figure. It was tall, way taller than a normal man, and it was black. Not black like a person with dark skin, but black like a silhouette, like a hole cut out of the night. It was clothed, I think, but the clothes were just darker shades of black, shapeless and baggy. It was stumbling, lurching from side to side as it walked, its movements all wrong, like its joints didn't work properly. And from it came that scream, that endless, piercing cry that was now so loud it hurt my ears. It wasn't looking at us. Its head was tilted back, facing the sky, as if it was screaming at the moon, but it was moving. It was stumbling directly toward us. The moment my brain processed what I was seeing, a jolt of pure animal terror shot through me. It was a physical sensation, like being doused in ice water. Every hair on my body stood up. "Run!" I yelled, and I didn't need to tell her twice. We ran. We ran like we have never run before in our lives. It was a blind, panicked sprint. The world narrowed to the pavement under my feet, and the sound of our pounding footsteps, and that horrible, unending scream right behind us. I didn't look back again. I didn't dare. I could feel it. I could feel its presence, a cold spot at my back, a pressure in the air. The screaming was so close, I felt like I could feel the spit from its cries hitting the back of my neck. My lungs were burning, my legs were on fire. But the fear was a fuel I didn't know I had. We skidded around the corner onto our street. Our rental house, a blessed sight at the end of the block. I fumbled for the keys in my pocket, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key into the lock. The screaming felt like it was right on the porch, right behind me. I finally shoved the door open. We fell inside, and I slammed it shut, throwing the deadbolt and collapsing against it, my entire body trembling. We stood there in the dark hallway, panting, listening. Silence. The screaming had stopped. The second the door closed, it was just gone, like someone had flipped a switch. We didn't turn on any lights. We just slid down the door to the floor, sitting there in the dark, holding on to each other. We were both crying, quiet, shaky tears of sheer relief and residual terror. We must have sat there for 20 minutes, just listening to the absolute quiet outside, waiting for the sound to come back. It never did. After a while, we gathered ourselves enough to go to the living room and peer out the window. The street was empty, peaceful. The orange glow of the streetlights showed nothing out of the ordinary. It was like it had never happened. About half an hour later, we saw a man on a bicycle coming down the road. He was just a normal guy, probably on his way home from a late shift. As he approached the curve near the field, he slowed down. He stopped his bike, one foot on the pavement, and he looked out toward the trees. He stayed like that for a long time, just staring. We were watching him from the window, holding our breath. Then, without any hurry, he turned his bike around and started pedaling back the way he came. He didn't look scared. He just looked decided, like he'd received some information and had made a choice. He wasn't going down that road. We went to bed, but we didn't sleep. Not really. We just lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling, listening. Every tiny noise from the old house made us jump. The sound of that scream was stuck in my head, playing on a loop. It was burned into my ears. I could still hear it, clear, as if it was happening right outside the window. I can still hear it now if I think about it too much. We left the next morning. We didn't talk about it. We just packed our things, cleaned the rental, and got in the car. We drove away from that lake and never looked back. We've never gone back to that area. I don't think I ever could. I still don't know what it was. A man having a psychotic break? Some kind of animal? My mind tries to find logical explanations, but it always comes back to that image, the tall, black figure stumbling and screaming at the sky in the middle of that field. It felt ancient. It felt wrong. It felt like we had stumbled into a place we weren't supposed to be, at a time we weren't supposed to be there, and we saw something that wasn't meant for human eyes. The sound is what stays with me the most. That scream. It's been years, and I can still hear it perfectly. Story 13. It's funny how a single object can just sit there for years, part of the furniture, part of the background noise of your life, and you never give it a second thought. Then one day, it does something impossible, and suddenly the whole world feels thin, like wallpaper over a crack you can't see into. That's what my rosary did. It's been hanging on the same little nail next to my bedroom door for, God, must be 6 years now. My grandma gave it to me when I was a kid, and I kept it more for her than for any real faith. It was just a thing, a string of brown wooden beads with a little silver cross that would sometimes tap against the wall if I shut the door too hard. But I need to go back a bit, to before that day, or none of this will make sense. It starts with the board. I know. Everyone says not to mess with them, and you hear all the stories. But when you're a lonely teenager, you get curious. For about 2 months when I was 17, I was obsessed. I used one of those classic glow-in-the-dark ones. The kind you can get at any toy store. I'd do it every night after my parents were asleep. The house would be dead quiet, and it felt like a secret, like I was tapping into something just for me. Most of the time, it was nonsense, gibberish. But then I made contact with one that felt different. The planchette moved smoothly, with a purpose the others didn't have. It went to H, then E, then L. Hello, standard stuff. But then it spelled out a name. It said its name was Light, and it was nice. That sounds stupid to write down, but it was. It felt warm. Every time my fingers were on that plastic planchette and Light was there, this feeling would wash over me. It's hard to describe. It was like stepping into a hot bath on a cold day, but the heat was inside my chest. A deep, spreading warmth that made my skin tingle, my scalp prickling, and it would make me cry. Not sad tears, but this overwhelming, joyful relief, like I was being told everything was okay, that I was loved in a way I'd never understood. It felt divine. It felt like God's love. And that's exactly what it told me it was. It spelled it out. Godslove. We'd talk for maybe 20-30 minutes each night. It was always gentle, always reassuring. Then one night the planchette moved with a sudden sharp urgency. It spelled out STOPUSINGTHEBOARDITISNOTSAFE. I was confused. I asked why. The planchette slid back to the word goodbye and stayed there. No matter how much I asked, it wouldn't move. The warm feeling was gone, replaced by a hollow chill. I felt abandoned. I listened, though. I was scared enough by its sudden seriousness to listen. I put the board away in my closet, and I never touched it again. The memory of that warmth became this beautiful, sacred thing in my mind. I thought I'd been given a gift, a little peek behind the curtain at something pure and good. Years went by. I'm 24 now. I moved into my own apartment, got a job, lived a normal life. I never became super religious or anything, but I'd sometimes think about light and that feeling. It was a comfort. Then came the day it all came back. It was a Tuesday, I remember, because my trash was picked up that morning and the truck was loud. I'd had a lazy day, just scrolling on my laptop in bed. I ended up on Reddit, on one of those paranormal boards. The thread was about Ouija board experiences. I was reading through them, a little smirk on my face, feeling superior. Most of them were so obviously fake or exaggerated. Demons and curses and all that. Mine had been different. Mine was real, and it was beautiful. I was reading a particularly long story from some guy who claimed a spirit followed him home, and my eyes flicked up from the screen for a second, just staring into space while I processed his words. That's when I saw it. My rosary, hanging perfectly still on its nail, swung. It wasn't a gentle sway. It was a hard, deliberate swing away from the wall, like someone had flicked it. The beads clacked together, a sharp, dry sound in the quiet room. Then it swung back and smacked against the wall with a solid thwack. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. I just stared, my brain refusing to process what my eyes were seeing. There was no draft. My window was closed. The central air hadn't kicked on. There was no reason for it to move. Then it happened again. It swung out, further this time, the little cross a blur of silver, and then it whipped back and slammed into the wall. The sound was violent. It wasn't tapping. It was hitting. The whole string of beads was alive, swinging back and forth now, banging against the plaster with a rhythm that felt angry, purposeful. My heart started hammering against my ribs, a frantic, painful drumming. I couldn't move. I was paralyzed, just watching this thing I'd ignored for years go insane on my wall. My mouth was dry. This was wrong. This was all wrong. And then the feeling came back. It started in the center of my chest, exactly where it used to when I was a teenager, with my fingers on that stupid board, that deep, spreading warmth. But this time, it wasn't comforting. The context was all wrong. The warmth flooded through me, up into my throat, down my arms, making my fingers tremble. My scalp began to prickle and tingle, exactly like before. But now, it felt like a million insects were crawling over my skull. It was the same physical sensation, the same overpowering physiological reaction, but my mind was screaming in terror. Tears welled in my eyes. They weren't tears of joy, they were tears of pure, undiluted fear. My body was reacting like it was being filled with divine love, but my soul was recoiling, shriveling up inside me. I was crying, hard, my shoulders shaking, but it was a horrified crying. I was sobbing, and I didn't know why. My body betraying me with this sensation of bliss, while I watched a holy object beat itself against my wall. I couldn't look away from the rosary. It was swinging in a wide, violent arc, the cross whipping past the nail, the beads a chaotic brown smear. Bang, clack, bang. The noise was the only sound in the room besides my ragged breathing and these awful choked sobs. The warmth inside me intensified, becoming almost hot, a fever heat under my skin. It felt like I was being cooked from the inside out, filled with this thing that was masquerading as love. My mind was racing, scrambling for an explanation, a truck, an earthquake, but the room was still. The glass of water on my nightstand was perfectly calm. Nothing else was moving, just the rosary, just me, shaking and crying on my bed. I thought about light. I thought about all those nights, the gentle movements, the feeling of safety. Had it been a lie? Was this what was behind it the whole time? This violent, possessive force that could hijack my body and make a mockery of a sacred object? The word it had spelled out, Godslove, echoed in my head, and now it felt like a threat, not a comfort, a claim. The rosary swung out one last time, a huge sweeping arc that seemed to defy physics, and slammed into the wall with a crack so loud I flinched. I thought the cross would break. I thought the nail would pull out. Then it stopped. It just stopped. It hung there, perfectly still. The beads settled. The little silver cross dangled, gently spinning from the momentum. The only movement was that slow, lazy turn. The warmth vanished. It didn't fade. It was just gone. 1 second I was burning up with it. The next I was cold, ice cold. A deep, bone-aching chill swept through me, replacing the false heat. My sobs turned into shivers, my whole body trembling uncontrollably. The tears were still streaming down my face, but now they felt cold on my skin. I sat there for what felt like an hour, just shaking and staring at the rosary. It looked innocent again, just a string of beads, but the memory of its movement was burned into my eyes. The sound of it hitting the wall was echoing in my ears. I finally forced myself to move. My legs were weak like jelly. I stumbled out of bed and approached the wall, keeping my distance. I looked at the rosary. I looked at the wall. There was a fresh, light scuff mark on the paint from where it had been hitting. A tangible mark. Proof. I reached out a trembling hand, my fingers hovering an inch from the beads. I was afraid to touch them. What if the feeling came back? What if it started moving again? I pulled my hand back. I couldn't do it. I left it there. I backed away from it, my eyes locked on it until I was out of the room. I spent the rest of the day on my couch, wrapped in a blanket, jumping at every little sound. Every time the fridge hummed or the pipes creaked, my heart would leap into my throat. That was 3 months ago. The rosary is still hanging on that nail. I can't bring myself to take it down. Taking it down feels like admitting something, or maybe provoking something, so it just hangs there. Sometimes I'll catch a glimpse of it from the corner of my eye and my breath will hitch. Sometimes, late at night, I'll think I see it sway. But when I look directly at it, it's still. The fear hasn't left me. It's the confusion that haunts me the most. The terror of that moment wasn't just the moving object. It was the feeling, that warm, tingling, joyful feeling returning at the exact same time, twisting something beautiful into something monstrous. I can't explain it, I don't have the words. Was it God? Was it light? Was it something else that was pretending all along? I don't know. All I know is that one day I was reading about other people's scary stories and my own, reached out of the past, and showed me that the love I thought I'd felt was maybe just a different kind of horror, one that knows how to wear a friendly face until it doesn't need to anymore. And now I'm just left here, in my quiet apartment with a rosary on my wall and a chill in my bones that never really goes away. Story 14. It's been over 4 years now since the dreams started. I don't talk about it much, because what do you even say? People would think I'm crazy. But something happened a few months back, something that flipped my whole world upside down and confirmed a fear I didn't even know I was supposed to have. I need to get this out, just to see if writing it down makes it feel any less real. I doubt it will. That day started like any other. It was a Tuesday in early October. My wife and I were driving from Dallas to San Antonio. We'd made this trip a handful of times before, usually to see her family. It's a long, boring drive, mostly flat land and highway, the kind where you just set the cruise control and zone out for a few hours. I was driving. The sun was bright but not harsh, that kind of gentle autumn light that makes everything look clean. My wife was in the passenger seat, scrolling through her phone, occasionally reading me some funny post or another. The radio was on low, just background noise. Everything was normal, completely, utterly normal. For the past 4 years, I've had these dreams. I don't just have them. I live a second life in them. I call it my dream county. It's not a real place, at least I didn't think it was. It's a vast area with towns and forests and winding back roads. In the dreams, it feels more like home than my actual house does. The locations are familiar. Deeply familiar, like I've spent a lifetime there. I know the way the asphalt on one particular road is cracked in a specific spiderweb pattern. I know the feeling of the rusty handrail on a certain bridge. I know the way the light falls through the leaves of a giant oak tree at the edge of a field. But I don't know any names. The towns don't have signs. The people I see there, and there are always people, don't have faces. It's not like they're blurred or missing. It's more that when I try to look at them, my mind just sort of slides off, and I accept them without question. They're just there. We don't really talk, we just coexist. It's peaceful. It's my place. Back in the car, we were maybe an hour and a half into the drive. We'd passed Waco a while back. The landscape was opening up, more fields, fewer trees. I was just driving, my mind half on the road, half on nothing at all. And then we came around a gentle curve. It hit me like a physical blow. My hands clenched on the steering wheel, my breath caught in my throat. I know this curve. It wasn't a feeling of déjà vu. Déjà vu is a flimsy, fleeting thing. This was a deep, cellular recognition. This was the curve, the one in my dreams. The one where the asphalt on the right shoulder always has a long, dark stain from runoff, and the guardrail has a specific bend in it from some long ago impact. And there it was. The stain. The bent guardrail. My heart didn't just start beating faster. It felt like it was trying to hammer its way out of my chest. A cold sweat instantly prickled across my entire body, from my scalp down to the small of my back. My armpits were damp. My mouth went completely dry. "Are you okay?" my wife asked. I heard her voice like it was coming from another room. "You just got really pale." I couldn't answer. I just stared ahead as the road straightened out, and then I saw it. The overpass. In my dreams, it's a narrow, 2-lane overpass, painted a faded, grimy green, with thick concrete supports that are covered in graffiti on the sides facing away from the highway. And underneath it, there's always a shallow puddle that never seems to dry, reflecting the green paint above. We were approaching the overpass. It was narrow. It was that exact same faded, grimy green. As we got closer, I could see the graffiti on the far support. And there, glinting in the sun, under the shadow of the bridge, was the puddle. This wasn't a dream. This was real. My dream county was real. A wave of pure, undiluted dread washed over me. It was so thick I could taste it, a metallic, coppery fear in my mouth. This was wrong. This was so profoundly wrong. This place was mine. It belonged in my head, in the quiet of my sleep. It wasn't supposed to be here, out in the open, under the Texas sun, with trucks roaring past it. The familiarity wasn't comforting. It was a violation. It felt like I'd just found a door in my own house that I never knew was there, a door that led somewhere I was never meant to see. Babe, seriously, what's wrong? My wife's voice was sharper now, laced with worry. She put her hand on my arm. I flinched. Her touch felt like a brand. I have to get off this road, I managed to choke out. My voice was a stranger's, tight and strained. What, why? Are you sick? I can't be here. I need to get off, now. I was already scanning the shoulder, but there was nothing, just the blur of the guardrail. The exit couldn't come fast enough. Every second we spent on this stretch of highway felt like a countdown to something terrible. It was an overwhelming primal instinct to flee. Not to avoid, but to escape. Like an animal that senses a predator it can't see. The feeling was of physical pressure in the car. The air felt heavy, thick, hard to breathe. The normal sounds of the road, the hum of the tires, the whoosh of a passing car seemed to fade away, replaced by a high-pitched ringing in my ears. I could feel every single vibration of the car through the steering wheel, a frantic, shaking energy. My knuckles were white. I was gripping the wheel so hard my fingers ached. Finally, a green sign appeared. Exit 1/2 mile. I didn't even care where it went, anywhere but here. I signaled and swerved onto the off-ramp a little too fast, the tires squealing in protest. Jesus, slow down, my wife yelled, bracing herself on the dashboard. I couldn't slow down. I drove through the toll booth, fumbling with my wallet, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the money out. The attendant gave me a weird look. I must have looked like a mess. I felt like one. As soon as the gate lifted, I accelerated, turning onto a frontage road, putting as much distance as I could between me and that highway. Okay, talk to me, my wife said, her voice calm but firm. What is going on? Did you see something? Did you have a panic attack? I pulled over into the dusty parking lot of a closed-down gas station. I put the car in park and just sat there for a minute, trying to get my breathing under control. I could feel the sweat cooling on my skin, making me shiver. I turned to look at her. Her face was a mask of confusion and concern. How do I explain this? I said, my voice still unsteady. You know those dreams I have, the ones about that place? The made-up county thing? Yeah, it's not made up. I pointed a trembling finger back towards the highway. That back there, that curve, that overpass, that's from my dreams. That's a place I've been to 100 times in my sleep. She stared at me. I saw the doubt in her eyes first, then a flicker of worry. Not about the place, but about me. Honey, that's just déjà vu. It's a long drive, you're tired. It looks familiar because a lot of highways look the same. No! The word came out more forcefully than I intended. No, it's not that. It's the exact place, the crack in the asphalt, the bend in the guardrail, the color of the bridge, the graffiti, the puddle, all of it. I know it like I know the layout of our own kitchen. And being there, it didn't feel right. It felt hostile. I described it to her in minute detail, the specific shade of the green paint chipped away near the top, the way one of the graffiti tags was a faded blue star, the way the puddle was shaped like a crooked finger. I told her about the feeling, the crushing dread that came out of nowhere the second I recognized it. I wasn't just describing a place, I was describing a memory, a lived experience. As I talked, her expression changed. The doubt was still there, but it was mixed with something else. Awe, maybe, or fear. She knew I wasn't a detail-oriented person. I couldn't tell you what color our neighbor's house is. For me to remember all that, to be this shaken by it, it was out of character. "So what are you saying?" she finally asked, her voice quiet. "That you're dreaming about real places?" "I don't know what I'm saying," I admitted, running a hand through my hair. "All I know is that I can't get back on that highway. I can't go past that spot again." We were stranded. Our GPS was recalculating, telling us to make a U-turn. We were hours out of the way. I pulled out my phone and found a new route, a long looping detour that would take us through a bunch of small towns and add at least 2, maybe 3 hours to our trip. It was insane. It was irrational. But the thought of driving back onto that stretch of road made my stomach clench into a hard, cold knot. The rest of the drive was silent. The easy comfort we had before was gone, replaced by a heavy, unspoken tension. I was too busy fighting the feeling that the world had just shifted on its axis to make conversation. My wife was probably trying to process whether her husband was having a mental breakdown. I drove the new route, my eyes constantly scanning, not for traffic, but for landmarks. Every cluster of trees, every barn, every dip in the road was a potential trigger. I was terrified I would see another piece of my dream county, that gas station with the broken sign, that red barn at the end of a long dirt driveway, that specific arrangement of 3 hills in the distance. I knew them all. They were my neighbors in that other life. Every time we passed something that felt even remotely familiar, a jolt of adrenaline would shoot through me. It was exhausting. I felt like a fugitive in my own state. We finally made it to San Antonio. The whole thing should have felt silly by then. We were in a big city, surrounded by crowds and noise. The dread should have faded. It didn't. It had settled deep inside me, a low-grade hum of anxiety that has been with me ever since. That was the day the world got smaller and infinitely more terrifying. My dream county isn't a refuge anymore. It's a map of places I have to avoid. I don't know how it works. I don't know why it's happening. I don't know if I'm dreaming of places that exist, or if my being there somehow makes them real, or if it's all some colossal, cruel coincidence. The not knowing is almost as bad as the fear itself. Now, I plan every trip with a sickening kind of care. I scour maps. I take only interstates I know are safe. I avoid back roads at all costs. A few weeks ago, I was watching a documentary, and they showed a brief aerial shot of a small town. I knew the layout of the town square. I knew the clock on the courthouse was broken, stuck at 4:10. I had to turn it off. I felt that same cold sweat, that same frantic need to look away. The worst part is the people, the faceless people from my dreams. If the places are real, what about them? Are they real people walking around somewhere, their features just blurred out in my mind? Or are they something else? I try not to think about it. I try to just keep my head down and stick to the roads I know are mine, the ones that belong only to this reality. But that day on the highway proved one thing to me beyond any doubt. The barrier between my 2 worlds is thin, and I am deathly afraid of what might happen if it breaks completely. I live with the constant gut-churning fear that around the next corner I'll see something else I recognize, and this time I won't be able to look away. This time, one of those faceless people might be waiting, and they might not be faceless anymore, and I still don't know what I saw that made me so afraid in the first place. I just knew I had to run. Story 15. I remember it like it was yesterday. It was the summer of 2016, and I was 19 years old. Me and 5 friends, including my best friend Ryan, decided to get away for a weekend to this rustic rental cabin deep in the woods outside Missoula, Montana. We'd been talking about it for weeks, just a bunch of kids wanting to escape the noise of town, maybe drink some beer and forget about classes and jobs for a couple of days. Ryan was especially excited. He kept saying how he wanted to move out west someday, start fresh, maybe find some peace away from all the crap we were dealing with back home. The drive up there was pretty typical. Crammed into 2 cars, windows down, music blasting. The kind of thing you do when you're young and think you're invincible. We got to the cabin in the late afternoon, and right away, I felt this weird mix of excitement and unease. The place was isolated, like really isolated. No cell service, no neighbors for miles, just trees and more trees. The cabin itself was this simple 1-story shack with a tin roof that looked like it had seen better days. It had a small porch with a couple of rickety chairs, and inside it was basically one big room with a wood-burning stove in the corner, a kitchenette that smelled like old grease, and bunk beds pushed against the wall. There was a faint, musty smell, like damp wood and dust, and the floorboards creaked with every step. We dumped our bags and started unpacking, laughing about how we were roughing it, but honestly, it felt cozy in a way, like we were in our own little world. As the sun started to set, we cracked open some beers and just hung out. Ryan was next to me on one of the lower bunks, and he got real quiet for a bit before he started talking about his plans. He said he was tired of the same old routine, wanted to head out to Oregon or maybe California, find a job, maybe live near the ocean. His voice was low and earnest, and I remember thinking how much he meant it. This wasn't just drunk talk. We all chimed in with our own dreams, but Ryan's felt different, like he was already halfway there in his head. The air got cooler as night fell, and we lit a fire in the wood stove, the flames casting flickering shadows on the walls. It was one of those moments where everything felt perfect, like we had all the time in the world. Eventually, we started to wind down. I was feeling pretty buzzed and tired, so I claimed one of the top bunks, and Ryan took the bottom bunk right below me. The other guys spread out on the floor or on the other beds. I remember lying there, listening to the sounds of the forest, crickets chirping, an occasional owl hooting, and the crackle of the dying fire in the stove. The room was warm, almost too warm, but I drifted off pretty quickly. What happened next is burned into my brain, and I still can't make sense of it. I was deep asleep when suddenly I felt hands shaking me violently. Not a gentle nudge, but hard, urgent shakes that jolted me awake. My eyes flew open, and it was Ryan. I could see his face clearly in the dim light, his expression sharp and panicked. His voice cut through the haze. "Get up now, there's a fire!" It wasn't a shout, but it was clear and intense, like he was right in my ear. For a second, I thought I was dreaming, but then I smelled it. Thick, acrid smoke that made my throat tighten. I looked around and the room was filling with flames, orange and angry, licking up the walls and across the ceiling. Smoke rolled in dense clouds, making it hard to see, and the heat was already unbearable, like opening an oven door. My heart hammered in my chest, and adrenaline took over. I didn't think, I just moved. I scrambled down from the bunk, my hands slipping on the wooden ladder, and Ryan was right there, pushing me toward the window. The glass was hot to the touch, but I fumbled with the latch, my fingers clumsy with fear. I remember the sound of the fire roaring, a deafening crackle and pop, and the tin roof above us groaning like it was about to give way. Ryan's voice echoed in my head. "Go, now!" I didn't look back. I just dove through the window, glass shattering around me, as I tumbled out into the cold night air. I landed hard on the ground, gravel and dirt digging into my skin. The impact knocked the wind out of me, and I coughed, gasping for clean air. When I looked up, the cabin was fully engulfed, flames shooting out of the windows and roof, lighting up the dark sky. It was surreal, like watching a nightmare unfold in real life. I could hear shouts from my other friends. They'd managed to get out too, stumbling through the door or other windows. One of them had a cut on his arm, another was coughing badly, but they were alive. We all stood there, frozen, watching as the cabin collapsed in on itself with a loud crash, sending sparks flying into the trees. In the chaos, it took me a minute to realize Ryan wasn't with us. I started calling his name, my voice shaky, but there was no answer. The heat from the fire was so intense we had to back away, and all we could do was watch helplessly as everything burned. The smell of smoke and burnt wood hung heavy in the air, and the cold night made me shiver, my clothes damp with sweat and fear. We huddled together, trying to figure out what to do, but without cell service, we were stuck until morning. When the sun finally rose, the cabin was nothing but a smoldering heap of ash and charred beams. The fire department showed up later. Someone must have seen the smoke from a distance, and they found Ryan's body under the bed where he'd been sleeping. The coroner said he died from smoke inhalation without ever waking up. He never even made it out of bed, but I know what I experienced. I felt him shake me, heard his voice as clear as if he were standing right there. How could that be if he never woke up? That's the part that messes with my head every single day. The guilt hit me hard afterward. Why did I get out and he didn't? Was it really him or some kind of hallucination? But it felt too real. The pressure of his hands, the urgency in his voice. I've gone over it 1,000 times in my mind, and I always come back to the same thing. Ryan saved me, even if it was from beyond. A year later, I went back to the site alone. The forest had started to reclaim the area, with weeds growing through the ashes, but the scar was still there. I stood there for a long time, just staring at the spot where the cabin used to be, and I thanked him out loud. My voice sounded small in the quiet woods, and I felt a chill run down my spine, like someone was watching me. But there was nothing there, just the wind rustling the leaves. I left feeling grateful but haunted because I still don't have any answers. It just happened, and that's where it ends for me. Story 16. Okay, I'm just going to type this out. I don't know if anyone will believe me. And honestly, I don't even care if you do. I just need to get it out of my head and into words somewhere. Because it's been 2 weeks and I still can't sleep for more than an hour without jolting awake, my heart trying to punch its way out of my chest. It was a Tuesday, the second Tuesday of October. My friend Sarah was supposed to come with me to the Museum of Shadows in Omaha, but she bailed at the last minute because of some work emergency. I was already in the city, had taken the day off, and figured, what the hell, I'll go by myself. I'd always been morbidly curious about that place. I'm not a hardcore ghost hunter or anything, I just like weird history. I thought it would be a quirky way to spend an afternoon. The museum is in this old converted house, the kind with a big wraparound porch and paint that's seen better days. It didn't look scary from the outside, just tired. Inside it was dim, and it smelled like old wood and dust, with this underlying scent of lemon-scented polish, like someone had tried really hard to make it clean but couldn't fight the age of the place. The floorboards creaked in a way that felt personal, like each one was announcing your presence to the building itself. I paid the entry fee to a girl who looked about my age, maybe 25, who was staring at her phone and barely looked up. She just pointed a thumb towards the first exhibit hall. The place was almost empty. I saw an older couple a few rooms away, and that was it. The silence was heavy, the kind that makes you feel like you should whisper. I wandered through the first few rooms. There were old photographs with sad stories typed on little cards next to them, a cabinet of mourning jewelry, some creepy medical instruments, the usual stuff for a place like this. It was interesting, but it didn't feel active. It just felt like a collection of sad old things. Then I turned a corner into a room labeled the nursery. The air in there was different, colder. I remember rubbing my arms, thinking the AC must be cranked in this one spot. The room was set up like an old-fashioned child's bedroom, with a small wrought-iron bed and a rocking horse that had lost most of its paint. And in the center of the room, on a small velvet-covered pedestal, sat the doll. Her name was on a placard, Deus. She was maybe 2 feet tall, made of porcelain. Her face was unsettlingly perfect. Not in a beautiful way, but in a way that felt wrong. Her skin was too smooth. Her cheeks had these two circles of pink that looked painted on by someone who had never actually seen a child blush. Her hair was made of this coarse black mohair, parted severely in the middle and pulled back. But it was her eyes that got me. They were this deep, glassy blue, and they weren't blank like most doll eyes. They had a weird depth to them, like they were actually seeing. They were fixed straight ahead towards the doorway, so it felt like she was watching everyone who walked in. I'm not usually creeped out by dolls. My grandma had a whole collection of them, but this one, I felt an immediate physical aversion, a tightness in my stomach. I wanted to turn around and leave the room, but that felt stupid. It's a doll in a museum. Get a grip, Amanda. So I stood there, maybe 10 feet away, just looking at her. The room was dead quiet. I could hear my own breathing, and then I noticed the small table next to the pedestal. On it was a spirit box. You know, the ones that rapidly scan through radio frequencies to let spirits or whatever form words from the white noise. There was a little sign that said, "Guests are welcome to attempt communication. Please be respectful." I looked around. The older couple was nowhere in sight. I was completely alone. The rational part of my brain was screaming that this was a terrible idea. The curious part, the part that had come here in the first place, won out. My hands were a little clammy when I picked up the box. It was heavier than I expected. Cold plastic. I pressed the power button. It crackled to life. A chaotic rush of static, chopped up music fragments, and bits of voices from 100 different stations all bleeding together. The noise was jarring in the silence. I held the box, my thumb on the button you're supposed to hold to speak. I felt ridiculous. What was I even supposed to say? "Hello," I said, my voice sounding small and stupid in the big cold room. The static hissed and popped, a split second of a country song, a preacher saying, "Sin," then more static. Is anyone here?" More noise, a burst of Spanish language news, then static. I was about to give up, to put the box down and laugh at myself for being so silly, when a voice cut through the noise. It wasn't a radio DJ, it was different. Flatter, more synthesized, but clear. Alone. The word was just there, hanging in the air between the bursts of static. My breath hitched. It was probably just a coincidence, a random word from a radio broadcast that lined up perfectly. That happens, right? I swallowed, my throat dry. "Who is that?" The static screeched. Then another clear, digital-sounding voice, devoid of emotion. "Deus." It said its own name. A cold finger traced its way down my spine. My heart was thumping hard against my ribs now. This wasn't fun anymore. This was feeling real. The air felt thicker, colder. I could see the little hairs on my arms standing up. I don't know why I said what I said next. It was like the question was pulled out of me. "Do you know who I am?" The static surged, a violent waterfall of sound. It felt aggressive suddenly, angry, and then cutting through it all, crystal clear, as if someone was standing right next to me and speaking directly into my ear through a robot's voice. It said my name, Amanda. It didn't ask. It didn't wonder. It said it. It knew. My blood went cold. I mean, literally, ice cold. A full-body shudder racked me so hard I almost dropped the spirit box. The dread was immediate and total, a physical weight in my stomach, an iron band around my chest. It wasn't a feeling of being watched anymore. It was a feeling of being known, targeted. My name. How did it know my name? I hadn't told the girl at the front desk my name. I hadn't spoken to anyone. I hadn't even said my own name out loud since I'd gotten there. My eyes were locked on the doll, Deus. Her painted face seemed different. The smile, which had seemed vacant before, now looked cruel. Those deep blue eyes weren't just looking at the doorway anymore. They were looking at me. I felt a wave of pure, unadulterated malice radiating from that thing on the pedestal. It was hateful. It was ancient, and it knew exactly who I was. I fumbled with the spirit box, my fingers numb and clumsy. The static was still blaring, a taunting, chaotic scream. I couldn't find the power button. I was just stabbing at the plastic with my thumb, panic rising in my throat like bile. "Okay," I stammered, talking to the box, to the room, to the doll. "Okay, that's enough. I'm done. Goodbye. I have to go." I finally hit the right button, and the noise cut off. The silence that rushed in was somehow worse. It was a listening silence. I carefully, so carefully, set the spirit box back on the table, my every movement feeling too loud, too sudden. I couldn't turn my back on her. I know how that sounds, but I couldn't. That feeling of being watched was so intense, it was a physical pressure between my shoulder blades. I started backing away towards the door, my steps slow and deliberate on the creaky floorboards. My heart was hammering so fast I felt dizzy. I kept my eyes on Deus the entire time, her porcelain face, her pink cheeks, her dead black hair. She didn't move. Of course she didn't move. She's a doll. But I swear to God, the light in the room seemed to shift, and for a split second, the shadows around her mouth deepened, making that painted smile seem wider, sharper. I backed out of the nursery and into the hallway. The second I crossed the threshold, I spun around and practically ran. I didn't care if I looked insane. I half walked, half jogged through the rest of the museum, not seeing any of the exhibits, just seeing that doll's face in my mind, hearing my name in that flat, robotic voice. I burst out the front door onto the porch, gulping in the fresh, cool autumn air. The sunlight felt alien. I leaned against a porch column, my legs shaking, and tried to get my breathing under control. I could still feel the cold of that room on my skin. The girl at the front desk looked up from her phone as I rushed past. "Find everything okay?" she asked, her voice bored. I just nodded, not trusting myself to speak, and pushed the door open, escaping onto the street. I walked to my car in a daze, my keys jangling in my trembling hand. I got in, locked the doors, and just sat there for 10 minutes, gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles were white. I replayed it over and over in my head. The cold, the static, the voice, my name. It knew my name. That's the part I can't get past. Everything else could be explained away. A cold spot, bad HVAC, a feeling of dread, my own imagination. But the name, Amanda. Clear as day. There's no radio station that just says random names like that. There's no coincidence that fits. I drove home, and I haven't been the same since. I sleep with the lights on. Every creak in my apartment makes me jump. I see her face when I close my eyes. That perfect porcelain face with its knowing, hateful smile. I feel like I invited something in by speaking to it, by asking it a question. I feel like it saw me, recognized something in me, and now it knows who I am. And the worst part, the part that keeps me up at night, is the feeling that our interaction wasn't the end of it. That goodbye, I said, felt useless, like closing a door that was already wide open. I didn't end the conversation. I just walked away from my end of it. I have this horrible, crawling certainty that for Deus, the conversation is still going on. Story 17. The day had been normal, totally fine. We'd set up the tent in our usual spot, number 17, which is tucked back in a loop away from the main campground road. We'd made a fire, cooked some burgers that were a little charred on the outside and a little cold in the middle, the way camping food always is. We'd sat around talking about nothing, work, a game we wanted to see that weekend, just normal guy stuff. The fire died down to embers around 10, and we'd both crawled into the tent, into our separate bags. The tent was a decent-sized one, a 4-person dome, so we had some room to spread out. I remember the smell, that mix of cold air, damp earth and nylon. I must have fallen asleep for a bit, because the next thing I knew I was awake and everything was pitch black, not just dark, but a deep, heavy blackness. You only get miles from any city lights, the kind where you can't see your own hand in front of your face. I was on my side, facing the tent wall, and I remember feeling disoriented, my brain trying to catch up to why I was awake. I listened. Nothing. Just the absolute silence of the woods at night. No wind, no crickets. Which was a little odd now that I think about it, but in that moment it just felt quiet. Then I heard it. It wasn't a loud sound at first, it was a rustle, like someone taking a careful step on a bunch of dry leaves. My eyes snapped open wider, staring into the nothingness. I held my breath. I could hear Mark breathing evenly in his bag across from me. He was still asleep. Crunch. There it was again, closer this time, right outside the tent. My heart started doing this weird thump, thump, thump against my ribs like it was too big for my chest. I didn't move a muscle. It's funny, the things you think about. I remember being intensely aware of the cheap foam of my sleeping pad under me, the way my cheek was pressed into the pillow. I was trying to be a rock. Maybe it's a raccoon, I thought, a big one, a deer. It had to be a deer. Then the scream tore through the night. It was a child. A little kid, a high, piercing shriek of pure, undiluted terror. Help! Help me! It wasn't a shout. It was a scream from the gut, the kind that scratches its way out of a throat. It was so close, so immediate. It felt like it was inside the tent with us. I jerked upright, my sleeping bag twisting around my legs. I heard Mark gasp and fumble in the dark. "What the hell?" he whispered, his voice tight and thin. The scream came again. "Please, someone help!" It was a boy, I think. The voice was young, maybe 7 or 8, and it was moving. It wasn't stationary. The first scream had been right on top of us, and the next one was already a few yards away, like he was running. And then we heard the feet thump, 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 thump. They weren't walking, they were running, a full-on sprint, heavy, pounding footfalls on the hard-packed dirt and leaves of the campsite. They weren't small, delicate steps. They were the solid, weighty thuds of an adult. A big adult. The sound passed right by our tent. I can still hear it perfectly. The rhythm of it. 2, 3, 4 strides. And they were already moving past us, heading away from the tent, towards the deeper woods behind our site. The sound of the child screaming faded with the footsteps, getting further and further away, swallowed by the trees. For a second, there was silence again. A deafening, horrible silence. Mark and I were frozen. I could hear his ragged breathing, and I knew mine sounded the same. My whole body was trembling, a fine, uncontrollable shake that started in my hands and went all the way to my jaw. My mouth was dessert dry. "Did you hear that?" I finally managed to choke out. It was a stupid question. "Yeah," he breathed. "Yeah, I heard it." We didn't move. We just sat there in the blackness, listening so hard my ears started to ring with the strain. Nothing. The woods had gone back to being a vacuum. "We have to do something," Mark said. But his voice had no conviction in it. It was a thing you're supposed to say. "What?" I whispered back, my voice cracking. "What do we do? Go out there." The thought of unzipping that tent flap, of stepping out into that darkness where something had just run past chasing a screaming child, was literally unthinkable. It was like asking me to jump off a cliff. My body refused to even consider it. Then we saw the shadow. The moon must have been out, because a faint greyish light was filtering through the tan-coloured nylon of the tent wall. It was just enough to see shapes, outlines, and a shape moved across the side of the tent. It was the lower half of a person, from the knees down, 2 legs, moving in a slow, deliberate walk. They weren't running anymore. They were pacing, back and forth, just a few feet from our tent. I felt a coldness wash over me that had nothing to do with the night air. This was the worst part. The screaming was terrifying, but it was chaos. This was calm. This was purposeful. This thing, whatever it was just outside, and it knew we were in here. I could see the shape of the feet. They were big. They were just dark blobs, but they looked wrong. They didn't have the distinct shape of shoes. They were just solid shadows. And the way they moved wasn't right either. It was a stiff, almost mechanical pace. Step drag, step drag. Mark had seen it too. I heard a tiny, strangled sound come from him, like he was trying to swallow a scream. He pointed a shaking finger at the tent wall. I just nodded, my head feeling like a block of wood. We both slid down, pulling our sleeping bags up over our heads, like we were kids hiding from a monster. It was the most primal, stupid, and utterly necessary thing I have ever done. We made ourselves as small as possible, burying ourselves in the down and polyester, trying to become invisible. We lay there like that for what felt like an hour. I don't know how long it really was. Time had lost all meaning. Every second was a lifetime of listening. I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. I could feel the sweat cooling on my skin, making me shiver. The inside of the sleeping bag smelled like my own fear, a sour, metallic smell. The shadow feet kept pacing back and forth, back and forth. It was a patrol. It was waiting. I don't know which of us broke first. I think it was a mutual, unspoken decision. We couldn't stay in that tent. The feeling of being trapped, of having only a thin layer of fabric between us and that thing, was becoming unbearable. We had to get to the car. Mark's car was an old SUV, a Pathfinder. It was parked maybe 30 feet from the tent, on the gravel pull-in for the campsite. 30 feet. It might as well have been a mile. "We have to make a run for it," I whispered, my voice muffled by the sleeping bag. He didn't answer for a moment. Then a shaky, "Okay." The plan was simple and terrifying. We'd unzip the door and we'd just run. Don't look, don't stop, just run for the car, get in and lock the doors. We slowly, so slowly, wriggled out of our sleeping bags. The cold air hit my sweat-soaked t-shirt and I shivered violently. We crouched by the tent door. I could still see the shadow feet through the fabric, moving in that same slow, relentless pattern. It was on the far side of its pacing route. "Now," Mark breathed. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely grip the zipper. It made a sound, a low ripping noise that sounded as loud as a gunshot in the silence. I flinched, expecting the pacing to stop. It didn't. Step drag, step drag. I pulled the flap open. The world outside was a wall of black. The cold night air rushed in, smelling of pine and dirt. "Go!" I hissed. We went. I have never moved so fast in my life. I exploded out of the tent, my socks slipping on the damp grass. I didn't look left or right. I just focused on the dark, bulky shape of the Pathfinder. I heard Mark right behind me, his breath coming in ragged pants. My brain, in its panic, registered stupid details, the feel of the cold, dewy grass under my socked feet, the way my pajama pants clung to my legs, the sharp bite of a small rock under my heel. I reached the car first, my hands slapping against the cold metal of the passenger door. I fumbled for the handle, yanked it open, and practically fell inside. Mark was right behind me, scrambling into the driver's seat. He slammed his door shut, and his hand flew to the lock button. Thunk! The sound of all the doors locking was the most beautiful, relieving sound I have ever heard. We sat there, panting, staring out the windshield into the nothingness. The car was freezing. Our breath started to fog up the windows almost immediately. We didn't say anything for a long time. We just sat and listened. The woods were silent. There was no pacing, no shadow, no screaming. After what felt like 10 minutes, Mark fumbled for the keys, which were in a cup holder, and started the car. The engine roared to life, too loud. He turned on the headlights. Twin beams of light cut through the darkness, illuminating our campsite. The tent, its door still hanging open, the fire pit, a circle of grey ash, the picnic table, the trees beyond. There was nothing there, no one. Maybe it was a prank, Mark said, but his voice was hollow. He didn't believe it. "Who would be out here?" I asked. "And with a kid at 2 a.m? We sat in the car with the heater on full blast, watching the woods. The dashboard clock read 2:17. We watched until the sky started to lighten from black to a deep pre-dawn grey. We saw nothing, heard nothing when the sun was properly up, casting long, weak shadows. We got out. We moved slowly, cautiously, like we were walking through a minefield. We packed up our tent and all our gear in a frantic, messy hurry, throwing everything into the back of the Pathfinder without any sort of order. We didn't speak. We just worked, our eyes constantly scanning the tree line. Before we left, we drove over to the campground host's site. An older guy in an RV was outside, sipping a cup of coffee. We pulled up and rolled down the window. "Morning," Mark said, his voice trying for casual and failing miserably. "Morning," the host replied, friendly. We were in Site 17. "Did you hear anything weird last night, around 2?" I asked. The man looked at us, his brow furrowed. "Hear what? I was out like a light, slept straight through." "Why? Something happened?" He looked genuinely curious and completely unaware. "Nothing," Mark said quickly. "Just thought we heard some animals or something. No big deal." We drove off. We didn't stop for coffee. We didn't talk the whole way home. We just drove, lost in our own heads. That was 6 months ago. Mark and I have talked about it exactly once since then, over beers. We went over every detail, trying to find a logical explanation. A bear? Bears don't sound like a screaming child, and then walk on 2 legs with a slow, dragging gait. Other campers playing a horrible joke, in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the night, and why did no one else hear it? The thing that stays with me, the thing that keeps me up some nights, isn't just the scream. It's the silence afterward. It's the sight of those shadow feet pacing, knowing we were in there. It was hunting that child, and then it knew we were witnesses, and then it just vanished. We never reported it to the park rangers. What would we say? We heard a kid and saw a shadow. They'd think we were drunk or crazy. Maybe we are. But I know what I heard. I know what I saw. I felt the vibration of those running feet through the ground. I saw the shape of them through the tent fabric. I felt the absolute, gut-wrenching certainty that if we had stepped out of that tent a moment sooner, we would have seen what it was. And I know with every fiber of my being that I never, ever want to know what that thing was. We just hid, and then we ran, and we got away. But that kid, I still hear that scream in my dreams. I don't know what happened to him. I don't think I ever will. Story 18. It still doesn't feel real even now, months later, typing this out. I keep going over it in my head, trying to find a logical explanation, some crack in the memory where I can slot in a reason. But there isn't one. It just happened. And I guess I'm writing this here because if I keep it bottled up, I feel like I'm going to scream. Maybe someone will read it and just get it. Maybe you've felt that kind of cold, deep in your bones fear too. It started about 6 months ago when my partner and I finally bought our first house. It was a huge deal for us. We'd been saving for what felt like forever, living in a cramped apartment where you could hear the neighbors arguing through the walls. This house was a dream. A little 2-bedroom place at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac, with a big backyard for our son, who's 4. It felt like we'd made it. The first few months were perfect, just peaceful. We'd have dinner in the backyard, our son would run around chasing fireflies, and it was so quiet at night you could hear the crickets. I remember thinking how lucky we were. The weirdness started subtly, about 2 weeks ago. It was a Tuesday night. I remember because my partner had just gotten home from a late shift, and I was already in bed, half asleep. I heard our son's door creak open. That wasn't unusual. He sometimes gets up for a glass of water. But then I heard these little footsteps, not heading towards the bathroom or our room, but just stopping. Then a soft thud. I got up to check on him, and I found him curled up on the hallway rug, fast asleep. I just figured he'd been sleepwalking. I carried him back to his bed, tucked him in, and didn't think much of it. But it happened again the next night, and the night after that. Every single morning for a week, I'd find him asleep on that same patch of rug right outside his bedroom door. He'd never been a sleepwalker before. When I'd ask him about it in the morning, he'd just shrug his little shoulders and say he didn't remember. Then one morning he was more awake when I found him. His eyes were wide and he was shivering. I asked him why he was out in the hall and he looked up at me, his voice all small and shaky, and he said, "My bed was shaking." That was the first real chill. Not a big one, just a little trickle of ice down my spine. I told myself it was a dream, a nightmare. Kids have vivid imaginations, right? I checked his bed frame. It was solid. No loose bolts, nothing. I told him it was just a bad dream and that he was safe. Then the sounds started. The first time I heard the knocking, I was in the kitchen making dinner. It was 3 distinct knocks, slow and heavy, coming from the hallway. It sounded like someone was rapping their knuckles right on the wall. I called out, "Hello?" thinking maybe my partner had come home early and was messing with me. No answer. The house was silent. I walked into the hallway, and there was nothing. No one. The front door was still locked. I felt stupid, but my heart was beating a little too fast. A few nights later, we both heard it. Me and my partner were watching a movie on the couch when we heard a dragging sound. It was a long, slow scrape, like someone was pulling a heavy piece of furniture across the floor upstairs. Our son's room is upstairs. We both froze and looked at each other. My partner muted the TV. "What was that?" he whispered. We sat there in total silence for a full minute, but the sound didn't come again. He grabbed a baseball bat from the closet and went upstairs to check. He came back down looking pale. "There's nothing up there," he said. "His toy box is in the corner, his bed is made, nothing's moved." We tried to laugh it off, but the laughter was thin and nervous. The worst part, the part that really changed everything, was what happened with our son. It was a Saturday afternoon, sunny and bright, no reason to be scared of anything. I was folding laundry on the living room floor, and my son was playing with his Lego bricks a few feet away. He was quiet for a while, and when I looked up, he was just staring into the corner of the room where the wall meets the hallway archway. It was a dark corner, shadowy even, with the afternoon light streaming in. He pointed his little finger and said, clear as day, "I see you." My blood went cold. It wasn't his playing voice, it was flat, serious. "What did you say, baby?" I asked, my voice coming out all tight. He didn't look at me. He kept staring at that corner. The shadow man. "I see you." I dropped the shirt I was holding. I scooped him up into my arms, my heart hammering against my ribs. I carried him into the kitchen, as far from that living room as I could get without going upstairs. He buried his face in my neck. "Who is the shadow man, sweetie?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. He just shook his head. "He's in my room. He waits there." That was the moment I stopped thinking it was his imagination. The look on his face was pure, uncomplicated fear. The kind a kid gets when they see a monster in a movie. But this wasn't a movie. This was my living room. Things escalated after that. He started refusing to go into his room. He'd have full-blown tantrums at bedtime, screaming and crying, clutching my legs, begging not to be left in there. He started sleeping in our bed, curled up between us, his small body tense even in sleep. My partner, who's usually the rational one, the skeptic, was starting to get really worried. We didn't know what to do. Do you call a priest? A therapist? We felt lost. Then my sister-in-law came over for a visit last week. She's my partner's sister, a no-nonsense nurse who doesn't believe in ghosts or any of that. She was helping me sort through some old baby clothes in the nursery, which is right next to my son's room. We were laughing about something, and then we both just stopped. A high-pitched beeping started. It wasn't loud, but it was piercing, like the low battery warning on a smoke detector. But we don't have that kind of detector. It seemed to be coming from right outside the door, in the hallway. We looked at each other, our smiles fading. "What is that?" she asked. "I have no idea," I said. "I've never heard it before." We stepped out into the hallway. The beeping stopped. The air felt thick, heavy, and then 3 slow, deliberate knocks echoed from the wall right next to my son's bedroom door. Knock, knock, knock. It wasn't the pipes. It wasn't the house settling. It was a knock. Someone, or something, was demanding to be let in. My sister-in-law's face went completely white. She grabbed my arm, her grip tight. "What was that?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "I don't know," I said again, and I could hear the panic in my own voice. We stood there for what felt like an hour, just staring at the empty hallway, listening to the silence that felt louder than the knocks had been. She left not long after, making an excuse about an early shift. She texted me later that night. "I've never felt anything like that in my life. There's something wrong in that house." That was the final straw. Having her, a total skeptic, confirm it, made it undeniably real. This wasn't in our heads. Which brings me to the day it all came to a head, the day I'm still trying to process. It was yesterday. My son had been clingy and quiet all day. He wouldn't let me out of his sight. We were in the kitchen, and I was trying to get him to eat some mac and cheese, but he just pushed the bowl around. The house was too quiet. The normal daytime sounds, the hum of the refrigerator, the tick of the clock, seemed muted, like the house was holding its breath. Around 3 in the afternoon, he looked at me and said, "The shadow man is sad." A new kind of dread, cold and slimy, coiled in my stomach. "Why is he sad, honey?" "He wants me to play," he said, his lower lip trembling. "But I don't want to." I didn't know what to say. I just held him. I could feel his little heart racing against my chest. As evening fell, the atmosphere in the house changed. It's hard to describe, but it was a physical feeling, a pressure, like before a thunderstorm, but there were no clouds outside. My partner came home from work, and he felt it too the second he walked in. "Why is it so cold in here?" he asked, rubbing his arms. He was right. The temperature had dropped noticeably, even though the thermostat was set to 72. We decided as a family we would all camp out in the living room that night. We dragged the mattress from the guest room downstairs and set it up in front of the couch. We were all too on edge to be separated, even by a flight of stairs. Putting our son to sleep was a battle. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the trees outside made him jump. He finally fell asleep around 10, exhausted, his head on my partner's chest. We left the TV on low for background noise, some mindless cooking show, just to have some light and sound in the room. I must have dozed off. I don't know for how long. I was jerked awake by a sound. It was the dragging sound again, but this time it was closer, much closer. It wasn't upstairs. It was in the hallway, right outside the living room archway. My eyes snapped open. The TV was still on, casting a flickering blue light across the room. My partner was awake too. I could feel his body tense beside me. We didn't move. We didn't speak. We just listened. The dragging sound stopped. It was replaced by a soft, shuffling sound, like bare feet on the hardwood floor, slow, hesitant steps. I held my breath. My heart was a frantic drum in my ears. I could see the archway from where I was lying. It was a rectangle of deeper darkness leading into the hall. Then a shadow fell across that opening. It wasn't a shadow from the TV. The light from the TV was coming from the other side of the room. It wouldn't cast a shadow like that. This was a solid, man-shaped darkness that blotted out the little bit of ambient light from the hallway nightlight. It was tall, thin, and impossibly black. It didn't move. It just stood there, on the threshold of the room, watching us. I felt a scream building in my throat, but I couldn't make a sound. It was like all the air had been sucked out of my lungs. I clutched my partner's arm, my nails digging into his skin. He was rigid beside me, his breathing shallow. And then my son stirred. He sat up, sleepy and confused, rubbing his eyes. He looked towards the archway. He saw it. The fear on his face was something I hope I never see again. It was a pure, primal terror. His mouth opened in a silent scream, and then he pointed a trembling finger. "The Shadow Man," he whispered, his voice cracking. "He's here." As soon as he said it, the figure moved. It didn't walk. It glided. It flowed from the archway into the room, a wave of cold preceding it. The temperature plummeted. I could see my own breath misting in the air. It moved towards the foot of our mattress, and as it did, the TV screen fizzed with static and went black, plunging the room into near-total darkness. The only light was a sliver of moonlight from the window, and it seemed to avoid the shadow, making it even darker. It stopped at the foot of our bed. I could feel its attention on us. It wasn't looking at me or my partner, it was looking at our son. My son was crying now, soft, hiccuping sobs, burying his face in my side. I wrapped my arms around him, trying to shield him, my own body shaking uncontrollably. I wanted to yell, to tell it to get out, but my voice was gone. All I could do was stare into that formless, featureless blackness and feel a despair so complete it was like drowning. It raised an arm. It was just a darker shape in the dark, but I saw it lift. It wasn't a hand, just a tapered end of the shadow. It pointed at my son, and then a voice. It wasn't a sound you hear with your ears. It was inside my head, a dry, rasping whisper like pages rustling in an empty library. It was full of a lonely, ancient sorrow. Mine. The word echoed in the silence of my mind. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, it was gone. The shadow dissolved. The pressure in the room vanished. The cold began to recede, replaced by the normal warmth of the house. The TV flickered back on, the cooking show hosts laughing about a burnt sauce as if nothing had happened. We sat there, the three of us, huddled together on the mattress, for the rest of the night. We didn't sleep, we didn't speak, we just held each other, listening to the frantic beating of our own hearts. The sun came up and light streamed into the room, making everything seem normal and safe. But it wasn't. It isn't. We still live here. We can't afford to just leave. My son won't speak of it. He just gets quiet and scared if you mention his room or the hallway. He still sleeps with us. The knocking hasn't come back. The dragging sounds have stopped. It's been quiet, peaceful even. But sometimes late at night I'll wake up and I'll see him, my son, sitting up in bed, staring into the dark corner of our room. And he'll just be staring. And I'll lie there, frozen, too afraid to ask what he sees. I just pray he doesn't point. I pray he doesn't speak, because I heard what it said. It said he was mine. And I don't know what that means, or when it might decide to come back and collect. Sidhu, story 19. It was supposed to be one of those perfect weekends. You know the kind. The ones you plan for months, where you just know you're going to be talking about it for years afterwards. There were 10 of us, a mix of people from college and a couple of friends from work, all crammed into 3 cars for the drive up to this spot in the National Forest. We'd picked it specifically because the map said remote and no cell service. We wanted to be cut off, to actually talk to each other for once. The first day was exactly what we'd hoped for. We got the tent set up in a loose circle around a big fire pit someone had built years ago out of blackened stones. The air was that clean, piney smell that you just don't get anywhere else. We got a fire going as the sun went down, the flames throwing these crazy dancing shadows on the trees around us. Someone had brought a portable speaker, and we had music going, not too loud, just enough to fill the space. And we had beer, a lot of beer, and a couple bottles of whiskey that got passed around. I remember laughing so hard my stomach hurt. We were telling stupid stories, roasting marshmallows until they were black and crispy. The guy who'd organized the trip, he'd packed all the food into one huge, heavy-duty plastic barrel, the kind meant to be bear-proof. We'd all joked about it, calling him paranoid. "There's 10 of us," someone said. "What bear is going to mess with that?" But he was diligent. After we'd eaten dinner, he'd hauled that barrel away from the camp, maybe 100 feet or so, and tied it up high between 2 trees. We all saw him do it. It was a whole production. We gave him a round of applause when he came back. The night got later, and the fire got lower. The whiskey bottle made another circle. I remember feeling that good kind of tired, the kind you get from fresh air and too much laughter. One by one, people started stumbling off to their tents. I was sharing a 2-person tent with my friend Mark. He was already snoring by the time I zipped the flap shut. The last thing I remember is the sound of the fire crackling softly and the absolute profound blackness of the woods at night. No city lights, no nothing. I was out cold in minutes. I woke up because I had to pee. It was that simple. The inside of the tent was grey, with the first hint of morning light. My mouth tasted like ash and my head was throbbing in that dull, familiar way. I fumbled with the zipper, the sound ridiculously loud in the quiet, and crawled out. The air was cold, sharp in my lungs. The fire was just a pile of white ash with a few embers still glowing deep inside. I was halfway to the tree line when I saw it. The food barrel wasn't in the trees. My brain, still fuzzy with sleep and whiskey, just stalled for a second. I blinked, thinking maybe I was looking in the wrong spot. But no. The two trees he'd tied it between were right there, and the barrel was gone. "Hey," I said, but it came out as a croak. I walked closer, my shoes crunching on the pine needles. Then I saw the rope. It was dangling from one of the trees, ripped clean through, not untied. Ripped. The other end was just gone. A cold knot started to form in my stomach, cutting through the hangover. I turned and looked back at the camp. Everything else seemed normal. Tents were still zipped up. People were still asleep. It was so quiet. I walked over to where the barrel should have been. The ground was a mess. The pine needles were all scuffed up, dug into deep furrows, and there, pressed into a patch of soft dirt, was a footprint. It wasn't a footprint, it was a paw print, and it was huge. I mean, I've seen dog prints, raccoon prints. This was something else entirely. It was wider than my hand with my fingers splayed out. I could see the clear impression of 5 pads and the deep, brutal marks from claws that had dug in at the front. My heart just dropped into my shoes. I spun around, my eyes scanning the tree line, suddenly feeling exposed, like 1,000 eyes were on me. The forest, which had felt so peaceful and quiet moments before, now felt like a wall of threat. Every shadow between the trees seemed to shift. I didn't even think. I ran back to the tents, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. I started yelling, my voice cracking. "Guys, get up now!" People started stumbling out of their tents, bleary-eyed and confused. "What's your problem?" someone mumbled, rubbing his face. "The food," I managed to say, pointing a shaking hand towards the trees. "It's gone. The barrel is gone." There was a moment of collective confusion, then a slow dawning of understanding. We all walked over as a group. The silence was heavy now, the kind of silence that feels like a physical weight. We stood there, 10 hungover adults in our pajamas, staring at the torn rope and the giant paw print in the dirt. That's when we saw the other stuff. A little further away, we found the barrel, or what was left of it. It was maybe 30 yards from where it had been hung. The plastic was shattered, not just cracked or broken open. It looked like it had been exploded from the inside. Thick, hard plastic was in pieces everywhere. Shards of it were scattered in a wide radius. Our food was gone, completely. Not a scrap of packaging, not a crumb was left. It was just cleaned out. All that was left was the smell, a faint, sickly sweet smell of torn open meat packages and crushed fruit, mixed with something else, something musky and wild. And then we saw the marks on the barrel itself. On the biggest remaining piece, there were these deep gouges, puncture marks. 4 of them, spaced in a wide arc, and then a 5th lower down. They were too big, way too big for anything I could imagine. They weren't little pinpricks. They were holes, like something had driven thick, sharp spikes right through the hard plastic. The spacing between them was wider than my own spread hand. Someone whispered, "What the hell did that?" No one had an answer. The mood had shifted from a confused mourning to pure, cold dread. We all just stood there, looking from the destroyed barrel to the deep furrows in the ground, to the colossal paw print. We were all thinking the same thing, but no one wanted to say it out loud. It made it too real. We didn't know what to do. We had no food, no cell service. We were miles from the nearest ranger station on a hiking trail. The plan had been to stay another night, but that idea was dead. We packed up our camp in a frantic, terrified hurry. It was the fastest camp teardown in history. No one spoke much. We just worked, our heads on a constant swivel, looking into the woods. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made us all freeze and stare. The hike out felt 10 times longer than the hike in. We were all hyper-aware of the forest around us. The trees didn't feel friendly anymore. They felt like hiding places. We walked in a tight group, no one wanting to be at the front or the back. I kept looking over my shoulder, my neck aching from the tension, expecting to see something huge and dark moving between the trunks. It took us a few hours to get to the trailhead where our cars were parked. The relief at seeing the gravel parking lot was overwhelming. We drove straight to the ranger station, a little log cabin building at the entrance to the forest. We must have looked like a mess. 10 wide-eyed, disheveled people tumbling out of cars, all talking at once. The ranger, an older guy with a calm, weathered face, held up a hand. "Whoa, folks, one at a time. What's going on?" We told him. We showed him pictures on a phone we'd taken of the shredded barrel and the paw print. We talked over each other, our words tumbling out in a jumble of fear and excitement. The ranger listened, his expression growing more and more serious. When we were done, he let out a long, slow breath. "Okay," he said. "Okay, I think I know what you ran into. Or, more accurately, what ran into you." He led us inside to a big map on the wall. He pointed to a spot not far from where we'd camped. "There's a sow with cubs that denned up in this area. We've been tracking her. Her name is Sasha." Hearing him say a name, a real name, for the thing that had been in our camp, was jarring. It made it feel less like a monster and more like a specific known danger. "She's tagged," the ranger continued, tapping the map. "A GPS tracker. We've been monitoring her movements. She's been getting bolder this season because of the cubs. She's hungry, and she's teaching them how to find food." He looked back at us, and his eyes were grave. "According to the data, she was in your campsite last night. For about 20 minutes. A chill, colder than the morning air, went straight through me. 20 minutes. It felt like the ground was tilting under my feet." "She tore down your barrel?" the ranger asked. We all nodded mutely. He nodded too, like it confirmed something. "That tracks a sow with cubs, that protective instinct. They're incredibly strong and determined. A regular black bear might have given up on a barrel like that. But not her. Not when she's got mouths to feed." He looked at each of our faces, and I think he saw the pure, undiluted terror there. The what-if that was screaming in all of our heads. "You folks are very, very lucky," he said, and his voice was quiet, almost a whisper. "Sasha is not typically aggressive toward people, but a mother bear with cubs, cornered or surprised." He let the sentence hang in the air. "The fact that she was in your camp, that close to your tents, for that long, and none of you woke up." He shook his head slowly. "If she had felt threatened, if one of you had stumbled out to take a leak while she was right there, it wouldn't have been a food raid. It would have been a defensive attack, and with 10 of you in those flimsy nylon tents," he didn't need to finish. "We all saw it, we all pictured it in that same horrifying instant. The sound of nylon ripping, the darkness, the confusion, the sheer, unimaginable size and power of the thing we now knew was named Sasha. We had been sleeping, we were drunk and dead to the world, and something that could shatter a bear-proof barrel with a single bite had been walking between our tents. It had been close enough that I could have reached out and touched it through the tent wall. We had been inches, seconds, one wrong sound away from a tragedy. The ride home was completely silent. No music, no talking. We just stared out the windows. The comfortable, familiar world outside the car felt different, fragile. I still think about it. I lie in my own bed, in my locked apartment, and I'll wake up in the middle of the night sometimes. I'll just lie there listening to the quiet hum of the refrigerator, and I'll remember the absolute blackness of those woods. I'll remember the smell of the shattered barrel. I'll remember the ranger's calm, serious voice saying her name. Sasha. We didn't see her, we didn't hear her. We just went to sleep in the middle of her kitchen, and she came in and made herself a meal while we slept a few feet away. We were just lucky. That's the only thing that separates our story from being on the news. Just dumb, random, unbelievable luck. And that's the part that still keeps me up. The part I can't explain. Not the bear, the luck. It feels like a thread, so thin you can barely see it, and we all dangled from it that night without ever knowing it was there. Story 20. Okay, so I've never really posted anything like this before, but I need to get this out there because it's been eating at me for weeks now. I still can't sleep properly, and every time I close my eyes, I'm back in that room. This happened during a university trip to northern India. One of those study abroad things that's supposed to be educational and fun, you know? But it turned into something else entirely. We were on this old bus, chugging along through the mountains, and it was already getting dark. The scenery was stunning during the day, all green and misty. But once the sun started dipping, the temperature dropped fast. I remember feeling this chill seeping through the windows, and the bus engine making this weird grinding noise. Then, just like that, it coughed and died. We were stranded on this narrow road, with nothing around but trees and the occasional distant light from what might have been a village. Our professor, Mr. Sharma, tried to get it started again, but no luck. He got on his phone, reception was spotty, and after what felt like forever, he said we'd have to walk to this hotel he knew about a couple of kilometers away. Nobody was happy about it, but what choice did we have? So we grabbed our bags and started hiking. The air was cold and damp, and I could see my breath fogging up in the flashlight beams. My friend, let's call her Sarah, though that's not her real name, but I don't want to use actual names. She was walking beside me, shivering. We're both from warmer climates, so this was brutal. After what felt like an hour, we saw this huge building looming ahead. It was this massive old hotel, like something from a colonial era, with peeling white paint and dark, empty windows. It looked completely deserted, but there was a dim light in the lobby. When we got inside, the place was eerily quiet. The lobby was vast, with high ceilings and dusty chandeliers. A couple of staff members were there, looking tired and uneasy. They didn't say much, just handed out keys and told us to go to our rooms. The whole place felt empty, like we were the only guests, and the silence was so heavy it was almost suffocating. Sarah and I were assigned a room on the second floor. The hallway was long and dark, with faded carpets that smelled musty. Our room was at the end, and when we opened the door, it was just as grim. 2 single beds, a small table, and these thick, heavy curtains that looked like they hadn't been moved in years. We dropped our bags and tried to settle in. Sarah was freaked out from the start. She said the place gave her the creeps. I tried to play it cool, but honestly, I felt it too. There was this constant draft, like cold air was seeping in from somewhere, but the windows were shut tight. We decided to get some sleep since we had to leave early the next morning. I took the bed by the window, and Sarah took the one closer to the door. I must have fallen asleep pretty quickly, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up to Sarah shaking me hard. Her face was pale, and her eyes were wide with fear. She whispered, "Why were you calling my name?" I was confused because I'd been asleep. I hadn't said a word, but she insisted she heard my voice clear as day, saying her name over and over from my bed. I told her it must have been a dream, but she was adamant. That's when I noticed how cold the room had gotten. It was freezing, like someone had left a window open, but everything was closed. Our breath was coming out in little clouds, and I could see goosebumps on my arms. We sat there for a bit, trying to figure out what was happening, when we heard a scream from down the hall. It was this high-pitched, terrified sound that made my heart jump. Sarah and I bolted up and cracked the door open. Other students were peeking out too, and we saw one of the girls. I think her name was Priya, standing outside her room, pointing at her window and crying. She was saying something about a figure behind her curtain, a dark shape that moved when she looked at it. The staff came running, but they didn't seem surprised. One of them, an older man with a grim face, just told us all to go back to our rooms and lock the doors. He said it like it was routine, which made it even scarier, so we locked our door and sat on our beds, not sure what to do. The temperature in the room kept dropping. I wrapped myself in the thin blanket, but it didn't help. My teeth were chattering, and Sarah was hugging her knees, rocking back and forth. We decided to try and sleep again, but how could we? Every little noise made us jump. The hotel was so quiet. But then we started hearing things, faint footsteps in the hallway, like someone was walking slowly past our door. At first I thought it was another student, but it sounded too light, almost like a child's steps. Then came the laughter. It was this childish, giggling sound, but it wasn't happy. It was creepy, like it was taunting us. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, echoing in the room. Sarah grabbed my arm, her nails digging into my skin. We both stared at the corner of the room, near the wardrobe, where it was darkest. That's when we saw it, a dark, pulsing mass starting to form. It wasn't solid. It was like a shadow that thickened and moved, kind of breathing in and out. I felt this dread wash over me, so heavy I could barely breathe. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. The laughter got louder and the footsteps sounded like they were right outside our door now. Sarah started crying softly, and I was frozen, unable to look away from that corner. The mass seemed to grow, pulsing with this unnatural rhythm, and I could feel a pressure in the air, like before a storm. Then Sarah, in this shaky voice, pleaded, "Please, just leave us alone." As soon as she said that, the air around us roared. It was this deafening sound that filled the room like a windstorm, but there was no wind. Then, suddenly, it cut off into absolute silence. The laughter faded away, like it was being sucked out of the room. I fumbled for the light switch, my hands trembling so bad I could barely find it. When the lights flickered on, the room was normal again. No mass, no laughter, just us sitting there, terrified. The temperature started to rise slowly, but we were both shaking uncontrollably. We didn't sleep at all after that. We could hear other people moving around in the hallway, and when morning finally came, we all gathered in the lobby. Everyone looked exhausted and scared, and we started sharing what happened. Turns out, every group had their own horror story. Someone heard knocking, another saw shadows moving, others felt like they were being watched. No one had a normal night. We left as soon as the bus was fixed, and I've never been so relieved to get out of a place. But even now, I can't shake the feeling that something followed us out of there. I don't know what that thing was or why it happened, but it felt real, too real, and that silence after the roar, it stuck with me, like something was listening and decided to stop. I just don't have any answers. Story 21. So I'm just going to dive right into this because I still can't really wrap my head around what happened, and typing it out might help, or maybe it'll just freak me out more. But here goes. It all started on a Saturday afternoon. Me and a couple of friends decided to check out this old milk factory on the edge of town. We'd heard about it for years, how it shut down in the 90s and just sat there rotting full of weird stuff. The main reason we went was because someone, I think it was my buddy Mark, but I won't use names since there aren't any in the premise. So let's just say one of my friends heard that people sometimes left adult magazines in there. You know, the kind of dumb stuff teenagers do when they're bored and looking for a thrill. We were all around 16 or 17, so it seemed like a fun way to kill a few hours. The day was overcast, with that grey sky that makes everything feel kinda heavy and quiet. We met up near the old train tracks that run behind the factory, and the air had that damp, chilly feel to it, like it might rain later. I remember pulling my jacket tighter because the wind was picking up, whistling through the trees. The factory itself was this huge brick building with most of the windows busted out, and the big sign that used to say "Fresh Dairy" was all rusted and hanging crooked. We'd snuck into places before, an old schoolhouse, a deserted farm, but this felt different right from the start. Maybe it was the sheer size of it, or the way it loomed over everything like it was watching us. We found a way in through a broken section of fence near the back, where the chain link was bent and torn. The ground was muddy from recent rain, and our shoes sank in a little as we pushed through. Inside, the place smelled awful, like sour milk mixed with damp concrete and something else, something rotten. It was dark, with only slivers of light coming through the cracks in the roof, and our footsteps echoed way too loud in the silence. We had flashlights, but the beams just seemed to get swallowed up by the shadows. I kept feeling like we weren't alone, but I brushed it off as nerves. You know how your mind plays tricks on you in places like that. We started poking around looking for those magazines. The main floor was this vast space with giant metal vats and conveyor belts covered in rust and grime. Everything was coated in a thick layer of dust, and there were pigeon droppings everywhere, white and crusty. We split up a bit, but stayed within shouting distance. I remember one of my friends pointing out a staircase that led to a second level, and we decided to check it out. The stairs were metal and creaked with every step, making my heart beat faster. Up there it was even darker, with narrow hallways and rooms that looked like offices or storage areas. That's when we found the room. It was at the end of a hall, and the door was slightly ajar, like someone had been in there recently. The air in that part of the building felt colder, and there was this weird humming sound, but it might have just been the wind outside. We pushed the door open, and the smell hit us first, this overwhelming stench of decay and something metallic, like old blood. I gagged a little and covered my nose with my sleeve. The room was small, maybe the size of a closet, with peeling yellow wallpaper and a single broken chair in the corner. But what caught our attention was the hole in the wall. It was about the size of a basketball, right near the floor, and it looked like it had been punched or dug out. We shone our flashlights inside, and that's when we saw them, dead pigeons, a bunch of them, maybe 5 or 6, all piled up and rotting. Their feathers were matted with something dark, and flies were buzzing around them. It was disgusting, but we'd seen dead animals before in abandoned places, so we were kinda grossed out, but not totally freaked yet. Then one of my friends leaned in closer and said, "What's that behind them?" I moved my flashlight, and that's when I saw the bones. At first I thought they were more animal bones, maybe from a dog or something, but then I noticed the shape. There was a skull, or what looked like one, with empty eye sockets, and some longer bones that could have been ribs or arm bones. They were tucked way back in the hole, almost hidden, and they had this yellowish, brittle look to them. My stomach just dropped. I felt this cold sweat break out on my forehead, and my hands started shaking. I remember thinking, no way, this can't be real, but it was. Those were human bones. I'm not a doctor or anything, but I've seen enough movies and stuff to know what human remains look like. The terror hit me all at once. It wasn't just the bones, it was the feeling that someone had put them there, that maybe someone was still around. The room felt smaller, like the walls were closing in, and I could hear my own breathing, ragged and too loud. One of my friends whispered, "We need to get out of here now." His voice was shaky, and I could see the fear in his eyes. We all backed away slowly, not taking our eyes off that hole, like something might jump out at any second. As we turned to leave, I swear I heard a faint scraping sound from somewhere in the building, like metal dragging on concrete. It might have been nothing, but in that moment it felt like proof that we weren't alone. We bolted out of there, stumbling down the stairs and through the main floor, not caring how much noise we made. When we burst outside, the daylight felt blinding, and I gulped in the fresh air, trying to calm down. We stood there for a minute, just panting and looking back at the factory. It seemed even more sinister now, like it was hiding something terrible. We talked in hushed voices about what to do, call the police, tell our parents, but we were scared we'd get in trouble for trespassing. Finally, we decided to go back later, with more people, to see if it was still there and maybe take pictures as evidence. We figured if we had proof, we could report it without getting busted. So, after a couple of hours, we rounded up a few other friends, ones who hadn't been there earlier, and headed back. The sun was starting to set, casting long shadows, and the factory looked even creepier in the fading light. This time, we went straight to that room, our flashlights cutting through the gloom. But when we pushed the door open, everything was different. The smell was gone, or at least much fainter, like it had been masked by something. We shone our lights into the hole in the wall and my heart just stopped. The dead pigeons were gone. The bones were gone. The hole was empty, except for some dust and a few stray feathers. It was like we'd imagined the whole thing. We searched the room, even moved the broken chair, but there was nothing. No trace of what we'd seen. The walls looked the same, the floor was just dirty concrete, and that hole was just a hollow space. One of my new friends laughed and said we were pulling a prank, but the ones who'd been there earlier were as pale as I felt. I felt this deep, cold fear settle in my chest. How could it all be gone? We'd only been away for a few hours. Someone must have cleaned it up, but who and why? The thought that someone was watching us, that they knew we'd been there, made my skin crawl. We got out of there fast, and I haven't been back since. To this day, I have no explanation for what happened, and it still gives me chills to think about it.